Good morning, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I think it's up. Yeah, it's up. So as you can see, Superintendent Critchfield is not here today. She wasn't able to make it, and I think I don't want to start off on a somber tone. While some of the information we're going to be sharing is maybe a little somber for some, but yesterday one of our really valued teammates, Carl Crabtree, passed away. And I don't know, some of you may be more familiar with Senator Crabtree than others. He was elected in 2016. He was from the northern part of the state. He served from 2016 to 2022 on the Joint Finance and Appropriations Committee. And the bottom line is he was one of the good guys. Not to be crass, but he was a dying breed of legislator in terms of his rabid support of both K-12 education and higher education. And so that's a statement that Debbie released yesterday about Carl. I think you may know in 2022, after he actually lost his primary to Cindy Carlson, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and kind of defied all the odds and came back and survived. He was, I think the doctor said, was kind of in that 1% of people that were able to beat the kind of cancer that he had. And we were fortunate enough to work with him for the last 2.5 years. And, this situation, it was really sudden. I mean, we saw him last month. He staffed Debbie at the land board after he had gotten brain surgery and was undergoing radiation treatment. And I think we were all expecting him to come back because that's just the kind of person he was. And I think it just demonstrated his dedication to the department, to you all, to education. And yeah, I don't know, Gideon, if you want to add anything.
Carl was, of course, a friend to all of us. He was part of our senior management team, but he and Debbie had have a very close relationship, and Debbie was in the hospital with him a lot over the past several months, and particularly the past few days. His family wasn't able to be there with him, so Debbie was there with him, helping make some of the decisions about his medical care and other things. And so it was especially hard for her as she was with him through his final days. And so we thought it was appropriate for her to take some time to deal with that. And so we're sorry that she's not here with us today. Hopefully we can fill in as best we can and still have a good conversation with you all as we work through things. But we're grateful to be here and grateful that we can celebrate Carl too a little bit with you all while we're here today.
So what we're going to do, kind of the run of show today, and it's going to look a little bit different, is in the morning, as we've planned, we're going to have Gideon talk through the budget, and then we're going to go through legislation. So we're going to kind of cut the morning in half. Our objective when we talk about legislation is to talk more about the action items, and if you have very pointed questions, we want to hear them. We'll do our best to answer them, but in many cases, your questions help us go back to the department and determine answers, whether we need to consult the Attorney General's office, our policy director, others. They help us improve our support of you in navigating legislation. So that will be the morning program. And then in the afternoon, like I said, there's going to be a little bit of a variation. We want to kick off our discussions in the afternoon just talking a little bit about the FY27 budget request and maybe some things that we're thinking about and get your feedback on what you might want to see in our budget request. Then we're going to talk about graduation requirements, some of the other initiatives we're working at the department. I think we also, with this group, and we kind of sprung this surprise on Spencer, is we want to talk a little bit about the conversations we heard around virtual programming at the legislature and have a conversation with you all about that. And then finally, something that we've been talking about in all the regions is the opportunity potentially to pursue federal waivers around assessment. And we want to hear your feedback about some of the ideas that we're kicking around in advance of a proposal to the State Board of Education this summer around some changes we can make around our assessment framework. So that's going to be our run of show today. I think with that, I was going to turn it over to Gideon to get us kicked off with the budget.
Thanks, Craig. As we've talked to you all about the past couple of years, and as you've seen the past couple of years, the Joint Finance Appropriations Committee undertook a new process with the budget to have a couple of different budgets. A maintenance budget that's set toward the beginning of the legislative session, and then enhancement budgets that are set later on. As you all likely know, the maintenance budget is essentially a carry forward of the current year budget, so in this case FY25, into FY26. So all of the funding that that we've had in the public schools budget is just carried forward into FY26 with two main additions. One is the CEC, the change in employee compensation, and the second one is health insurance. So if there are any changes in CEC or health insurance, those are included in all state agency maintenance budgets, including the public schools budget. And I'll talk a little bit more about health insurance and CEC in just a minute. So you can see that the maintenance budget was set January 17th. So that was the second full week of the legislative session. And that's a pretty big lift for the legislative staff to pull together a whole budget for JFAC to vote on that second week of the session. But since it's kind of a carry forward of the base budget, it makes it a little easier in that regard. But one thing that's tricky about the two separate budgets is that once the session's done, we have to reconcile those budgets, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of the different pieces. You can see the enhancement budgets were set much later at the end of March, and you all know one of the hard things about that is that that's just less time that we all have to react and plan for what passes during the legislative session. When the governor gave his State of the State speech in January, he said a few things about education, and one of those was $50 million for school choice, $50 million for K-12, traditional K-12 education, and $100 million in tax cuts. Where we ended up, which we'll talk a little bit more about the public schools part of it, there was $50 million for the tax credit for school choice through House Bill 93, and then around $400 million in tax cuts. So when you think about the governor pulling all the state agency budget requests together and then formulating his budget that he presents to the legislature with $100 million in tax cuts, compared to $400 million in tax cuts, you can see how some of those initiatives for K-12 and other agencies might fall by the wayside because there's just simply not the revenue to appropriate there. The reason I bring all that up is because the revenue projections and the incoming revenue for the state is what we count on for our public schools budgets. And then one other component that was part of the legislative process and the budget process in particular was a pledge that some legislators took to not increase state government by more than 1.9%. Well, if you have a 5% CEC, that's already well beyond 1.9%. And so that was, some of those members sat on JFAC, and so that was a hurdle in not only in JFAC, but in the broader legislature. One other thing that I'll mention here is that not in the not too distant past, when a budget passed through the Joint Finance Appropriations Committee, it was usually good to go. It usually passed through the House, usually passed through the Senate. What we've seen more recently is if something passes JFAC, that does not necessarily mean it's going to pass the full House or the full Senate. And if it doesn't, if a budget bill gets out of JFAC and dies on the House floor or dies on the Senate floor, there are a couple of options. One, if it's an enhancement budget, it can go back to JFAC to be reconsidered and then go back through the House and Senate. Or, since they've already set the maintenance budget, it can just die and not move on at all. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but when the legislature sets the maintenance budgets, they have technically fulfilled their requirement to set a budget for public schools. And as I said, the maintenance budget, that's a flatline budget with the exception of CEC and health insurance. Enhancement budgets, they do not have to pass. If those die, they can stay dead. They don't have to reconsider them. And so we saw that with routing software, which I know was not a universally loved concept, but that was part of our transportation package was routing software. That was in the public schools budget as an enhancement bill that narrowly passed JFAC, died on the House floor, was sent back to JFAC, died on the House floor again, was sent back to JFAC, died on the House floor again, and stayed dead. So that one did not move forward. So that's an example of kind of the process that we're working with JFAC and the legislature.
And I just want to reiterate. Oh.
Correct. Yeah, and if you didn't hear Brian, the CEC. Never mind, we'll move on.
I like where you're seated too, Brian. Like you know where to sit.
Sorry, did you want to add something, Greg?
I was just gonna add. I'm kind of I'm gonna just reiterate what you were saying. Is that a lot of the processes that we're gonna talk about today used to look a lot different 2, 3, 4 years ago. And this budget process is one where, you know, the introduction of this base budgeting process last year was the legislature trying to assert more control over the budget process. The way the process previously worked was it was obviously JFAC committee driven, but because they were only setting one budget a year, we'll just use case 12 as an example, they were packaging up the requests and the recommendation from the governor in one big budget. And there often wasn't enough room for legislative priorities. By doing this base budget approach, to Gideon's point, they fulfill their obligation and then they have enough room for tax cuts, which, as we were saying in that slide, they moved very early. Choice moved very early. So money started moving off of the table very quickly toward legislative priorities, speaker priorities, co-chair, JFAC co-chair priorities, to the point where when enhancement budgets came along, there wasn't a lot of room for those other priorities. And so this is a dynamic that's going to be very challenging when we're going to be continuing to ask for additional increases to K-12 towards different initiatives.
Thank you. So even with some of those smaller items like the high needs student fund, which we'll talk more about, that was $3 million. But by the time, you know, JFAC had done the tax, or the legislature had done the tax cuts, and they didn't set a revenue projection either until later in the session. So by the time all that was figured, they said no to a lot of those things because they had already spent the money. And then I'm going to cover a little bit more about what Brian was just asking about on this slide. So what we ended up with in the public schools budget is about $100 million of a general fund increase, which is great. We are very appreciative of that. And I'll talk more about that in just a minute. The budget is based on 15,954 support units, which is 200 fewer than the current year budget. The reason for that is we're continuing to adjust for the enrollment to seat time funding shift. So support units were at a certain level during COVID, and then as we came out of COVID and shifted back to seat time, then we've kind of tried to align those support units with actuals. And we hope that the FY26 budget is more closely aligned with where actuals are going to be for FY26. But what that means for you all is that all of those statutory items were also adjusted downward. Salary-based apportionment, career ladder, discretionary funding, health insurance funding, all of those items were also adjusted downward. In the budget request and the governor's budget, there were offsets to that. $54 million in additional discretionary funding, the $3 million for the high needs student fund, the $24 million for health insurance. So there were offsets to that that didn't all get appropriated, which we'll also talk more about in just a minute. So, go ahead, Greg.
Peanut gallery.
No, chime in anytime.
But that's something, I mean, there's a lot of like just changes in the process that really we're kind of scratching our head about. And that's one. I mean, again, the legislature, we figured there would be offsets related to those. We felt like, okay, we revised down 200 support units because we're continuing to recalibrate what that number is in this age of attendance. Fine, we'll put that money somewhere else. We'll increase the support unit amount for discretionary. But that's not what happened. Basically what happened was the money got pocketed. The money got placed toward offsetting other commitments that were legislative priorities to keep that number down as much as possible. And so again, not to depress further, but that is going to be a continuous theme of today. And that's something we're trying to message out to as many people as possible about the practical impacts of this budget. Aside from the 5%, that's great, but there are other things that folks need to be aware of.
Thank you. And then again with the maintenance budget, so the 5% CEC, we are used to having that be applied to administrative and classified staff. And then starting in FY26, it also applies to instructional and pupil service staff. The career ladder statute, the career ladder has been built out or will have been built out to the full extent of the law by the end of this fiscal year. And then in FY26, pupil service staff and instructional staff salary adjustments shall be commensurate with administrative and classified staff CEC. And so that's why the 5% CEC applies now to admin, classified, and instructional and pupil service staff. So that 5% ended up being about $85 million in the budget. And I showed you earlier that $100 million is about what we're looking at for an increase overall in the K-12 budget for next year. And then health insurance is the other component of that maintenance budget, and that was about 24 million. So when you have 85 million in CEC, 24 million in health insurance, that's it for the increase for public schools. There were a few other items in there. There was an increase for transportation. There was an increase for career ladder movement. But the bulk of the increase for the K-12 budget for FY26 is the CEC and health insurance, which again is great for our staff. We're so grateful for that, but that doesn't give you any new operational funding or other funding in the budget. Let's talk a little bit about the intent language that was included, that's been included year over year. Let's talk about this one, which has been a topic of conversation the past couple of weeks in particular. So you all know the 6359 was added a couple of years ago, not in the statute, but in appropriation language. So we have two tracks, the policy track through the legislature and the budget track through the legislature. There was a decision made 2 years ago to not codify the cell amounts with the 6359. Instead, this language was added in the appropriation bill, which has the effect of law, but is not written in the code for us to easily see, that $6,359 shall be added to each cell in the career ladder. So what that means for the 5% CEC was a little bit, there was some confusion around that. Those of you who got an email from me a few weeks ago saw that I said one thing as far as implementation, and then I circled back the next week and said, never mind, it's going to be this way instead. So thanks for your patience with that. Julie Oberly did a webinar that I think many of you might have participated in shortly after the session ended to walk through all of the details of each of the budget items. And so feel free to ask questions today, but you can also see all of the details about the distributions, the amounts to budget for. Those are all posted on our department website, and the recording of that webinar is also on the IASBO website, the Business Managers Association website. So with this 6359, and actually I'll wait till the next slide to say this next part, but one thing we asked is, can we please at least get rid of the reporting requirement? Because why do we need to keep reporting that when when you all have already said how you're distributing that funding? But that remains in place. So we still have the 6359 in intent language, not codified in statute, but remember, still has the same effect of law and the reporting requirement that goes with that. So what does that look like? So the top part of this slide shows the current cell amounts. The bottom part shows what the current cell amounts plus 6359 plus 5% looks like. And the reason it is being interpreted this way is because that's the way the legislature appropriated it. That's the way we requested it, and the governor recommended it, and the legislature appropriated it. If we want to distribute all of that funding to you all, the whole 85 million for the 5% CEC plus what's in the base for the career ladder, we don't feel like we can have one line of reasoning for saying, yeah, we're gonna get that whole bucket of funding out to you all, and then a separate line of reasoning for the minimums. So Idaho Code 33-1004B has these cells in it. Idaho Code 33-1004E says there shall be minimums for R1, P1, and beginning July 1st, AP1. And I think the R1 minimum was put in place in FY22, the P1 minimum in 24, and now the AP1 minimum in 26. So yes, the career ladder is an allocation model and not supposed to be a salary schedule, but yes, there are minimums in code, so to some extent it is a salary schedule, at least for those 3 cells. And just to clarify, it's only the 3 cells on that far left column. So the 50,252 for R1, the 53,402 for P1, and the 64,427 for AP1. So this is how we recommend you move forward with that. Of course, you all have your own, legal counsel that you can work with on that, but between those 2 emails you got from me on the different interpretations, we talked to legislators, legislative legal counsel, our legal counsel, a lot of folks, and they said, no, it's very clear that the intent all along has been 6359 to each cell, and that the minimums also need to include 6359, and that because of the change in language for FY26, where pay increases for pupil service and instructional staff shall be tied to the administrative and classified staff increases, not to a specific table in the career ladder statute, that's the difference in how we can interpret it this way. One question that's come up is, well, the legislation that was put forward this session to codify it, that didn't move forward. What if that does move forward next session and that's codified? And what if we go back to FY23 and FY24 and those cells in statute are updated to include the 6359? Can teachers then say, hey, you should have paid us this amount and you only paid us that amount? No, they cannot, because you followed the laws that were in place at the time. And so, anyway, if there are more questions about that, feel free to ask, and we'll keep clarifying. Yes, Brian? I appreciate that.
So even though we're overstaffed and we've got no increase in
Correct. And you all remember, those of you who were around a couple of years ago, that the messaging on the 6359 was not great. That from the state level, every teacher was going to get $6,359. Is that what happened? Not for the most part, because either there are more staff that you're trying to pay, or your federally funded folks, you're trying to spread that amount across to them. There are a lot of different factors there that translate to not having $6,359 per employee. Yes, Brian? Yeah, there is none. So one thing I'll add is the 5% CEC. The 5% CEC has the same line of reasoning as the 6359. Not all teachers, not all administrative staff, not all classified staff is going to get a 5% increase. It is a 5% increase to the bucket of funding we send you all, that you all decide how to distribute based on your local salary schedules. Okay. Another section of standard intent language that has carried forward through the years is for health insurance. And as I stated earlier, there was an increase for the health insurance line in the budget. The health insurance funding for public schools is tied to the state health insurance plan, even though most districts and charters are not on the state health insurance plan. That changed a few years ago, so that if the state plan price premiums go up, then the appropriation goes up. If they go down, the appropriation goes down. So the state plan, there was a change, and there's an increase there, and so there was a commensurate increase put into the public schools budget, which is great. That's $24 million in additional funding for you to use for health insurance. One of the things I want to point out on this slide is there has been a conversation for the past few years especially, and this last session in particular, about districts and charters using funding for what it was, for its intended purpose. And what we say is districts and charters do use their funding for their intended purpose. But this one in particular came up, that health insurance funding is supposed to be used for health insurance. And we say yes, and you have language right here that says whatever's left over after you all lower the costs for health insurance for your employees, that can be used as discretionary funding. So I think you all are doing fine with that, but just something to keep in mind, that that one in particular has been scrutinized as far as using that for health insurance costs. These two pieces of intent language were new last year. Or new this year for FY25. They're carrying forward into next year, FY26. Open enrollment, we asked you all to send us a link to your website where your enrollment information is posted. Everyone was in compliance with that. We didn't have to withhold the November payment from anybody because of that. Thank you so much for doing that. Our plan is to do the same thing this next year, unless anybody has a better idea for how we should do that, which we're open to. Digital content, this 1.6 million used to be distributed to you all. You used to get a base amount and then an additional amount based on ADA. That changed last legislative session to be first come, first served, which is not the best way to distribute funding in our opinion, but that's where it landed. We had part of our weighted student funding proposal was to get rid of this, to roll this line item completely into discretionary, getting rid of the intent language and freeing up that funding for more flexible use, but that did not move forward, and so this remains in place. So the way it worked last summer is on July 1st, we just said go, and whoever were the first districts and charters to apply that met the requirements. They were the ones that got the funding. We went around and around and around on how best to do that. If there are better ideas for that, please let us know on that one, and we'll keep working on that one to try to get that adjusted. So then the enhancement budget. As I mentioned earlier, the maintenance budget is the base budget carried forward plus CEC and health insurance. It does not include non-discretionary items or statutory items. So career ladder, transportation, salary-based apportionment, those statutory adjustments are not included in the maintenance budget. And there was quite a debate about that last legislative session when this new process was put forward. Why are statutory items not in the maintenance budget? It seems like those should be. But where the legislature landed is, nope, we have authority to say that's too much or too little for those statutory adjustments, so those are going to be in the enhancement budget. The consequence of that, which I said earlier, is if the enhancement bills fail, then they don't move forward. One thing about the statutory items is because they are PSIF eligible, so we can draw from the Public Education Stabilization Fund if there's a shortfall in those items. That's our backstop there. But it's still interesting to consider that those statutory items are not maintenance adjustments. And then the big one that Brian already mentioned, no increase for general discretionary funding. In fact, a decrease in general discretionary funding because of that 200 support unit reduction. Like I said earlier, we had put in offsets to that. The governor did too, and the legislature did not appropriate that. With the weighted student funding model, that was the policy track. On the budget track, we had put in $54 million for discretionary. So whether or not weighted student funding passed, there was still $54 million allocated, carved out in the governor's budget for discretionary funding. What happened last session is the weighted student funding model, the weighted student funding policy did not move forward, and the legislature appropriated that amount in discretionary funding. What happened this session is the policy piece did not move forward, and the legislature did not appropriate any funding for discretionary. So it's about a 1% decrease for discretionary. Go ahead, Greg.
And I don't want to cut you off there. I just want to circle back because I know we're going to talk about discretionary. The PSIF, not putting any money toward PSIF, that's something we haven't flagged, but that's quite alarming too. Just considering the economic outlook potentially, we've cut $400 million in taxes, so we have diminished revenue. I know that's one that in my previous job, we would have been pretty concerned about, even though our budget targets have gotten a lot better in terms of the appropriations. If you look kind of in 2018, 2019, PSIF was always drawn on usually by advanced opportunities, but I think we've gotten a lot better about calibrating that. I think what was frustrating is we felt like we put money in and then it got taken out. Well, we've really, in the last 5 years, stopped doing that and really preserved PSIF as that budget stabilization fund, as that backstop to when the business cycle does what it does in our economic systems. Schools would be largely insulated from, or at least partially insulated from that downturn. So not putting money toward PSIF, that's a big deal. And I think there's questions about the responsibility of that in terms of budgeting at the state level.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And PSIF is at the highest level it's been in the history of PSIF, but our state is also growing, our budget is growing. So as a percentage, it's not a whole lot bigger than it was in the past. And so that's a little bit concerning to not continue to put money into PSIF for potential economic downturns. Health insurance, we talked a little bit about, so $1,700 per support unit as far as an increase goes. And then the line items that we proposed rolling into discretionary funding through the weighted student funding model are remaining as they are. So they did not get rolled in, which the legislature could have done regardless of the policy piece, but those all remain as independent line items. So if you were concerned about safe and drug-free schools, college and career, any of those, those remain as they are at the same funding levels. Also in the enhancement budget was some facilities funding. You all might have seen or heard a message that $400 million was invested in public schools this session. Let's break that down a little bit. So we talked earlier about the 100 million from the 5% CEC and health insurance, which we're grateful for. The rest of it is on this slide, which if you're a charter school, none of that applies to you, none of that additional funding. And if you're a school district, it's pretty restricted and you can't use that for your operations. And also some of that money was just shifted around, not new money for public schools. So in this first bullet point, the 100 million for the school district facilities fund. So you all know that the school district facilities fund has a waterfall of uses. You have to first use that funding for your existing debt, and then if there's anything left over, you can use that for your facilities improvements or routine maintenance. So yes, there was funding added to that, and that fund was also made continuously appropriated, and that just means it's off budget, and whatever's in the fund on August 31st, we can distribute to you all. So it's not limited by a spending authority limit, by a spending authority cap from the legislature. Whatever's in the fund on August 31st, we can distribute to you all. Yes. Yes, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Brian, because timing is hard on this one. We don't get the information. I think last year we got it on a Monday and we sent the payment out to you guys on a Friday. And Julie and her team scramble to pull that information together. And I think if Julie was here, what she would tell you is you might plan on an extension for your L2s because that timing is really tight. To that point, this funding it's ongoing. School districts are going to receive funding from this year over year, but we don't know how much funding you're going to receive. So that's pretty hard to budget for. In the slides that Julie put together that I said are posted on our website, she posted a range. You know, here's the low end, here's the high end, but it's a pretty big range as far as your budgeting goes. I think you can reasonably plan on an amount around what you received the previous year, but that funding depends on sales tax revenues, state surplus, and a number of other factors. And so, yes, it's ongoing. Yes, we're grateful for it. No, we can't budget for it very well. Yes, and thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. So with this $100 million addition, you should be receiving quite a bit more. And the amount we distributed statewide to school districts last August was 141 million. And so, so you can see that 246.5 million is about 100 million more than that. So that's where that comes from. So yes, you can count on something hopefully more than you got last August.
I just hope everybody understands the L2 issue, because if we don't put that money for bond levies, then they can come back with it. And we have to make sure we're accurate and reconcile. So make sure your L2s.
In addition to that L2 that Gideon said, make sure you do your extensions too, right? Julie's already communicated that with the business managers, but that extension is necessary. Ask him again.
And it seems like, Jill, maybe there was, and I don't know if it was salmon last year, but I think we worked through that with some of the counties last year, and we had to kind of step in and help talk them through how that worked. And so we are happy to help with that too. So for charters, and actually for all of you, with lottery funding being rolled into House Bill 521 in the School District Facilities Fund last legislative session, you lost that you lost the ability to use that funding for routine maintenance. There was an effort for charters in particular to potentially raise the amount from 400 to a greater amount, and that did not move forward. So that amount remains at $400 per attending student. And then there was legislation that passed increasing the cap on the charter school credit rating enhancement program. And so hopefully that will help with some of the charter school buildings as well. And then this last one, I'll start and I'll ask Spencer to jump in because he is the one who's been leading the charge on implementing this one and trying to untangle the legislative language around this. The Facilities Cooperative Fund has been on the books for about 20 years. Its intended use is for kind of emergency repairs. So 2 districts have used it. Plummer Worley built a new school, and Salmon replaced a roof several years ago for both of those districts. This legislation amended that statute to broaden the use of that funding to hopefully allow more districts to use that cooperative fund. That being said, there still has to be some sort of health and safety issue in your school building, and an effort has to have failed in front of your local voters in order to apply for this funding from the department. But if you meet those requirements, then you can apply for this funding. This is where I talked earlier about funding just kind of being rearranged by the legislature. So $25.5 million of this $50.5 million was already in the fund. So that was appropriated 20 years ago. And they're counting that again for their 400 million this year. And then 25 million is from the bond levy equalization fund, which was taken away last year and now given back. Here you go. Here's your money back in this different way. So that's why I say that 400 million has some nuances to it that you want to consider as you're talking to your legislators or the media or others about the investments that were made in public schools for FY26. So on this public schools or school district cooperative fund program, we are still sorting through the details, but there will be an application process. Districts can apply to the department. There will be a panel that reviews those applications to assess the needs and then award funding. The funding is technically a grant to you all if you already have an existing bond, because to pay you, let me say it this way. We have been told not to call this a loan, but we're kind of thinking about it as a loan. So there's a 20-year time period with this funding. If you don't pay this back within 20 years, it's forgiven. So whatever the department gives to you, if it's not paid back in 20 years, you don't have to pay it back. But through the school district facilities funding, that waterfall of uses, this was added into the waterfall. So in that waterfall, first, you have to pay for your existing bonds, then you have to pay for this. If you get a grant from this fund, you have to pay that out of your school district facilities funds, and then the rest of the uses in that waterfall. So the reason I say you might not have to pay it back is if you already have a 30-year bond and then you apply for this and you use this funding, well, you wouldn't have to pay it back because your school district facilities funds would go toward your existing bond. You wouldn't have anything left over to go toward this fund. We are going to keep sorting through those details, and we'll have better and more specific guidance for you. We're hopeful to do a statewide webinar for those of you who are interested in utilizing this fund as well. And then Spencer, do you want to add anything to that?
Your annual payment will never exceed what your facility fund allocation is, because they're to be paid back with those dollars. So if you have those funds available, it'll never exceed that dollar amount. So like Gideon said, in summary, if you fail the bond or levy and you have a documented safety concern, like Doppel or an engineer said this really is a safety concern, then you're gonna qualify for the money. It doesn't mean you're necessarily gonna get it in the end. And if the documented, and how much too is gonna be up to the committee. So if your documented safety concern, say your bid to fix it is 1.7 million, and you go out for a bond or a levy for that, and you fail it, you can't then come to the committee and say, well, we just want to build a new school, we want to ask you for 28 million, right? It's not like the committee is going to give you in excess of what you ran your bond or levy for. Once, just once. Any other questions on? It's House Bill 338 is what it was connected to. Well, there's the hope that it'll be replenished, right? And like Gideon said, we've been asked not to call it a loan, but when the money's gone, it's not going to be replenished that fast because it's going to be replenished by those paying back, but some are going to not have to pay it back. So.
One thing,
Possibly. It's risky though. There's no guarantee, right? I mean, obviously you're not going to be like, hey, we're going to run a bond, don't vote for it, you know? But you could, but there's no guarantee the committee is going to give the dollar amount out either. And I doubt Doppel is going to be real excited to be like, well, we're going to shut you down because your roof is, right? If you say, hey, I need you to document this is unsafe, I don't think Doppel's getting in line to be able to document that and say you've got 3 years to fix this, because if you don't get the money, then what are you going to do for your school, right? So it's tricky. Could that happen, Brian? Yeah, absolutely could, right? Are districts going to go out and maybe run bonds or levies to fix safety problems they wouldn't before because there's money available? Probably, right? And that's okay. The money's there to use. But as of right now, there's just a handful of districts that qualify for it. I haven't counted, but I think less than 5, under 5 that currently qualify. Maybe by November we might have 50.
one thing that I think we failed to mention earlier, when you all received the agenda for this meeting, Taylor sent you a link that includes all of the legislation that we're going through. So you can see all of the legislation, how people voted on the legislation. You can see all of the budget documents, all of the motions that JFAC made on those budgets. And then there are also some resources at the end of that document. So if you have your devices in front of you, you can click on that link and follow along as we're going through the legislation and the budget pieces. And then, like I said, at the end of that document, there's some resources, and we're going to keep adding to those resources. And I think this will be one of the items we add is an FAQ around this program. Yes, thank you, Brian. So we are also going to post this slide deck, and we can email it to whoever wants it in the meantime. But Friday after our Twin Falls meeting, which is our last one, we're going to post this on our website, and then it'll be accessible to everyone too. And then just a few other things in the enhancement budget. I just put these numbers up here so you can have them handy. So with the 5% CEC, the new amount for administrative staff base salaries is 46,668 and classified 41,964. We know those aren't the amounts you pay your admin and classified staff. As we said earlier, these are the amounts the state sends to you that you then supplement. And Julie, for those of you who were at the Ed Laws conference, was that 2 weeks ago, last week? She put up those funding gaps between what the state sends you all and what you actually pay. But we're at least grateful that there are some small increases to the state funding. IDLA, I put this information up just in case it's helpful to you all. So IDLA's funding formula changed last legislative session. It was simplified. It used to be tied in with the rest of the K-12 budget and went up or down based on support unit fluctuation and is now just based on enrollment. One thing that changed is IDLA has been charging $75 per enrollment to you all, and that is going down to $40. But then as far as state funding, $445 per enrollment is given by the state to IDLA to fund their operations. This last bullet was a victory in the legislative session. Like we said earlier, it's hard to get any new funding through the legislature. And this $5 million for the SMART program was great. And I know I see Carla, I think Carla testified on this. Thank you to those of you who supported this in the legislature. That made a big difference, particularly the Eastern Idaho legislators hearing from their school leaders on this. So this will provide an increased number of SMART coaches throughout the state. When the governor gave his State of the State speech, he said, you know, the $50 million for K-12 education, part of that was he wanted literacy accountability, is what he called it. And so that's where this comes into place. Support for our teachers to help improve reading and reading scores across the state. One other
You
thing
might have
that-
mentioned
oh,
this,
sorry,
but
go
how
ahead.
much of that 50 million
Yes,
was
I was
captured?
just about to say
Okay.
that. Thank you. So I meant to say that on the last slide. The 50 million pledge by the governor, that's this. So that was fulfilled in that amount right there, which we know is not actually going to go to many of you. Also, as negotiations in the legislature went forward this session, there were other efforts. Outcomes-based funding resurfaced as one of the things to satisfy that $50 million commitment, which didn't move forward either, but we did get $5 million for smart coaching. Again, that's in the public schools budget, but that's what the department spends on behalf of the state education, state educators, and so it's not funding that's going out to you all for operational costs. Here's a snapshot of what we just talked through. So on the far right column, you can see that 102.7 million, that's the general fund increase. So again, that's the 5% CEC and health insurance primarily, with a few other smaller items. That second one down, the 108.7, that's the facilities funding. And then the negative 90 million, that's the federal funding line. That's removing the one-time COVID funding. So for the past several years, we've requested one-time spending authority for the federal COVID funding. We're done with that funding, so we're taking that out of the budget. And then if you move down to the middle, that negative 4.7 million, that's the general discretionary funding. So that's the result of the 200 fewer support units without any offset on the other side. Like I said earlier, we requested and the governor recommended 54 million in additional discretionary funding, and negative 4.7 was appropriated. So you can see here, so here's where we're at with the base budget. Here's what was requested. Here's what the governor recommended, which was the same. So the governor recommended exactly what we requested, and then in that gray, that FY26 appropriation column, you can see what the legislature appropriated, which resulted in that negative 4.7 million. And then that next one down on that far right-hand column is the 24 million for health insurance. You can see the 200 fewer support units, 0 as far as general discretionary funding increase, and the $1,700 for health insurance.
And again, just to make that distinction between the policy bill versus the appropriations bill, and I know we mentioned this, but that you can see that 27,139 number, because the legislature, they were, until the weighted student funding bill went through, they were going to distribute that increase to discretionary based on discretionary being distributed by support unit. And so that's why you see that calculation. And so that was a conscious decision. It wasn't wedded to the policy bill change. That was a conscious decision, and contrary to what they've done the past several years in terms of having steady increases for that discretionary amount per support unit.
We can't remember a time when at least an inflationary adjustment wasn't made to discretionary funding. New intent language. So we're still sorting through this first one around age compliance. So what is school age? This came up when we put forward our transportation legislation. There was a concern that we were transporting preschool students, and why are districts and charters transporting preschool students? The state doesn't pay for preschool. Preschool is a bad word. What are we doing? So this intent language was added. So you can see that its impact is beyond transportation. This affects all of our funding. So like I said, we're still trying to sort through this one. Some questions that have come up so far are particularly around the upper end of school age for those students who might be in the system through age 21 or 22. Where's the cutoff there, and how does that work with the special education laws? And so we're still working through that one. And so we'll get back to you as far as how we're going to verify that. What Julie said, Julie Oberly said, is we should be able to get that information from IC without requiring an additional report from you all, but we'll keep working through that one. And then this other one was not in the public schools budget. It was in the Commission for Libraries budget, but I wanted to bring it to your attention because you will probably be contacted by the Commission for Libraries folks. This is a continuation of the conversation about harmful materials in libraries and ensuring that there are no harmful materials accessible to our school children in our school libraries. I want to talk a little bit about the department budget, some items that might be of interest to you all. When we were here last year, we said the IRI, the ISAT, and the report card contracts are all up, and we've got to either renew those or go out to RFP or do something different. So you may have seen last month or two, we got a new contract for the IRI. We were going to go out for RFP for the ISAT, but because of all the federal, all the things that are happening on the federal level, we thought we would pause there, and we'll talk more about that this afternoon, as well as far as assessments go. And then the new report card just rolled out last week or maybe the week before. The reason I want to talk a little bit more about these is because for the ISAT in particular, the department requested and the governor recommended spending authority, so permission to use funding we already have, that we have already received from the federal government to make the best tests for Idaho that we can. The legislature did not give us permission to use the funding we already have from the federal government. So we requested 1.2 million so we could go out for RFP, try to get a better test for Idaho. The legislature gave us 500,000. So the practical implication of that is that that will limit our options if we go out for RFP for a new ISAT or whatever test we end up with. With the IRI, we requested additional general fund, additional state funding to provide regional support to implement the IRI and to help with analyzing the results of the IRI and using that data. That was also not appropriated. So we'll continue to offer as much support as we can with our existing staff. But just something that I want to bring to your attention, kind of continuing along the line that it's not only state funding that's hard to get through the legislative process, but even permission to use funding that the federal government gives us or other funding that's already in the bank account. The school bus camera fund is a small fund, but this is another example of cash we had on hand and just didn't have permission to use. So we can now distribute that funding through, and we're going to do that through a grant process. There's information posted on our transportation webpage about that. There's also in that same document that you all have in front of you for this meeting, there's some more information about that as well, as I believe. And then underperforming charter schools, this funding was added by the governor was recommended by the governor last session, and the legislature appropriated it, recommended by the governor again this session, and the legislature appropriated it. It's one-time funding for supporting underperforming charter schools, similar to the programs for underperforming districts. And then lastly on this slide, our budget was focused on special education. The weighted student funding model had special education was the highest weight. We had the high needs student fund to try to start to address the costs associated with our highest needs students. And then we requested 2 positions in the department to help support special ed statewide. Those 2 positions were appropriated, so we're very grateful for that, and that will hopefully help with processing special education materials for our state. And then I want to talk for a minute about the legislation we put forward that didn't move forward. So I know weighted student funding had mixed feelings. The goal of that policy piece was to distribute discretionary funding based on student characteristics rather than support units. And you can see the weights up there. One of the things that we've already talked about a few times today is independent of this moving forward was $54 million in the budget to go toward discretionary funding, whether that was distributed per student or per support unit. And so even though this didn't move forward, that could have been appropriated. I said earlier the line items that we proposed rolling in were not rolled in. And because this one and the high needs student fund didn't move forward, we're in the same spot we were before with special education. With the high needs student fund, we know it was just $3 million, which is not a big amount, but we thought it was a reasonable amount to get through the legislative process. But as we stated earlier, it was not. This one was close. It passed by a vote or 2 on the House side and failed by a vote or 2 on the Senate side. And there was a lot of conversation, good conversation around this, and also some misperceptions that were hard to overcome. Do you want to add anything there, Greg?
Yes. I think in the House, again, we're not really trying to reiterate the negative, but this was a bill that we knew it was going to be a lift, particularly in the House. And, there was 2 weeks where this bill sat on what's called the third reading calendar, waiting to get a final vote, where our entire team was working on questions around maintenance of effort. No, this is going to impact the maintenance of effort. No, it's not. Having to get legal opinions and confirmation from different folks that no, indeed, this would not do that. Then questions it was, and I've been quoted at calling it whack-a-mole, but that's exactly it was. Once you dealt with one controversy, then another one reared its ugly head. And clearly it was a strategy of attrition. We're going to talk these folks out of doing that. I think the second one was this was going to open us up to discrimination lawsuits as an example. I would also say kind of a third one that if you go back and watch the committee hearings was just a general sense of disbelief that you schools actually serve these kinds of students. And if you don't believe me, go watch the committee hearings where folks were surprised that these students were, that required a one-on-one aid or required their diapers to be changed or their feeding tube were actually being served by our schools. And so this one was very disheartening, very challenging. Obviously, Gideon and I and Spencer and Michelle have been around the block, so we kind of knew that we felt like this was a reasonable request, that in some ways it wasn't quite budget dust, but it also wasn't 50 million or 60 million or the actual costs associated with this challenge, with this problem. So this one was really tough. And to me, it was particularly losing on the House floor really just opened up to my eyes to the challenges that we have. Senate floor, excuse me, I misspoke, Senate floor. Because that was an area where the Senate typically, they do the right thing. And again, I think a lot of it had to do with the budget and the budget process and the feeling that a lot of fiscal commitments were already made. And for whatever reason, $3 million to support you in supporting our most disabled students wasn't a worthwhile state investment.
And I think we've said this a lot, but Idaho is the only state besides Hawaii and Hawaii funds their special education differently, that does not have some sort of mechanism like this. Yeah, Brian. That's a good question, and we were planning on talking a little bit more about that anyway, Brian. Debbie has wanted to do something for the past couple of years, and it hasn't moved forward the past couple of years. In the meantime, there have been others for many years that have said, we are going to revamp the school funding formula, and that was reiterated this session. Nope, we're going to kill weighted student funding because we've got the solution that's coming next session. So we don't know what that looks like. What we saw this session, the draft we saw this session, or actually it wasn't even a draft, it was introduced in the House, I believe, or anyway, it was introduced, and what we saw was moving to a per student model with no weights. So just shifting from a support unit model to a per student model, no weights. So that creates even larger winners and losers than in the weighted student funding model. So no, our proposal wasn't universally loved, but it was something we had crafted with input from you all, and we worry that something is going to move forward that doesn't have that input. But to your question, Brian, yes, we will stay on top of that as much as we can, but we are not invited to those conversations. So, Sorry, yeah, that one was just for discretionary funding. So, yeah. And one thing that I heard in conversations with the bill sponsor was, I want to stabilize discretionary funding and then move to this per student model, which is in line with $0 in additional discretionary funding, if that's what we mean by stabilizing it. The Office of Performance Evaluations released a report right around the time weighted student funding and the high needs student fund were going through the legislative process, which was great timing because the legislature's own agency, the Office of Performance Evaluations, said, hey, we've got a special ed funding problem. Hey, you know what the big gap is in our funding formula? Student characteristics. Well, this is great, but I think because of everything we've already said, it didn't move the needle. But what we've seen in the past is when OPE, the Office of Performance Evaluations, did the classified staff report, sometime later, there was additional funding appropriated for classified staff. When they did the facilities report, a little while later, there was additional funding appropriated for facilities. So we're hopeful that this will keep the conversation going. But our ask to you all is, and I'm just gonna move through some of these. I'm just going to move forward and then we can come back if we have time. These are just some highlights from the report. But our takeaway for you all is if you would read the report, which is also included in your materials, and talk to your legislators about it, that would be helpful. And then let me go ahead and move on. So outcomes-based funding, I already said, this one resurfaced to try to fulfill the governor's pledge for money toward K-12. That one didn't move forward. And then use it or lose it was a nice thing that did move forward. And Spencer, do you want to talk a little bit about this one? Spencer led the charge on this one as well.
Sure, we've been working on this one for years, and Scott also made some trips to Boise to help us with this, which we appreciated. And I think 4 years ago it was a resolution for the ISBA to get rid of. And I really think the reason it didn't go through is it was just really complicated to understand. But essentially now, the statute allowed you to have 9.5% flexibility. So if you qualified for 100 teachers in your salary-based apportionment, you could actually hire 9.5 and still receive funding. But then the piece, and that still exists, and even additional flexibility up to 15% actually exists for hiring of virtual teachers. But the piece that we struck successfully finally was every year, if your class size was above the state average by one student, you lost your ability to have 1% of that flexibility every year, never to be regained. And so that was struck. So it really is, I think, helpful, especially if we get into a recession, if it gets deep, it allows districts more flexibility in their budgets to be able to make it through tough times, which it only applied to traditional LEAs as it doesn't apply to charters. Charters have complete flexibility there.
I remember a couple of summers ago when we had the, I can't remember what we called it, the school modernization working group. I think some of you were involved with that. One of the recommendations was if we could just get rid of this provision and use it or lose it, that would be helpful. And Spencer and Representative Galaviz and others did a great job explaining that need to the legislature this session.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
are there any areas left still in code that it should or lose it for the districts? Because like charters don't have any use or lose it, but districts do.
15% in the end. So you can, if you qualify for 100 teachers now, you can hire down to 90.5% and still get your funding. If it exceeds that up to 15%, you can take the 5.5% and actually hire a virtual teacher. So if you're at Ryrie, you want to contract with Bonneville, you could use a piece of that money to hire a teacher and pay that's in Bonneville, but that's not your employee. Or IDLA actually is a way that necessarily wasn't intended by the legislatures, but it's a way that currently qualifies. We've used the IDLA to help recover costs of district that lost fund. There's a form that Julie's department has that we use, that we go back and use your IDLA teachers to go back and recover those funds.
And just to clarify, use it or lose it does not apply to charters. So this is just a thing for districts. Transportation, this one evolved, as you might have seen. One of the goals we had, let me back up. The main goal we had was to try to do something to simplify the transportation funding formula. We wanted to completely remove the block grant, change to an 85% flat reimbursement rate to try to simplify. The legislature did not want to move forward with that piece. The author of the block grant is now the House Speaker's Chief of Staff, and so he has pride of authorship over that, and we are going to continue to work with him on that and what we can do moving forward to try to keep simplifying that transportation funding formula. A couple of things that did pass. The $7.5 million that was taken off the top during the recession and just continued as an ongoing reduction, that was stricken. So that $7.5 million is restored to the transportation line in the budget, which will mean that much more funding being reimbursed to districts and charters. There was some confusion about whether or not we were striking the provision that applied to virtual programs, that whole section that says virtual programs can be reimbursed for internet and in-person visits and things like that. That remains untouched, so that remains in place. What did change is within the block grant section of the transportation funding formula, students attending virtual programs are excluded from that piece of the calculation. So that's the change there in that second bullet. And then, oh, sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Less, more than half time virtual, because we have some that do hybrids, and half time we do virtual half time.
Yes, I'll have to double check on that, but yes, I'm almost positive that it's, yeah, students that are more than half time are excluded from that calculation. More than half time virtual, thank you. And then we all know that there are district operations and charter operations and contracted operations, so we instead of saying that over and over each time in code, we just said authorized transportation operations. This is something we'd like to do throughout all of Title 33, is where we say districts and charters or districts or charters or LEAs to try to streamline that, but we thought, well, at least transportation is a good start. So authorized transportation operations encompasses hopefully everybody. And then the biggest change was allowing authorized vehicles. So allowing you all to use something other than a large yellow school bus to transport small groups of students and be reimbursed for those costs. And Spencer, do you want to say anything more about that or these others?
Yeah, a couple things. I think it's important that we understand, and Allie Stalsman, our transportation director, is going to send some information out in the next week or so on this, but you understand that the authorization, what an authorized vehicle is. A lot of us have 15 or 12 passenger vans. But if it carries more than 10, it can't be a van and be an authorized vehicle. That's in federal code. That's not us. So if it's greater than 10, that's going to look like a white short bus, essentially, right? It's because a driver of an authorized vehicle does not have to have a CDL, right? If we're talking about a minivan or a Buick LeSabre, whatever you're using, that driver has to have additional training, but they don't have to have a CDL in order to transport kids. And that's going to be reimbursed at 71 cents a mile on your vehicle and then 20 cents a mile with the driver. So just under a buck a mile.
And there is an FAQ in your documents that has already been put together that answers a lot of the questions and has each of those vehicles broken out and the different descriptions listed next to each of those as well.
And the 7.5 million, you know how you're reimbursed at 50% and 85%? You weren't really, but you are now. So back in like 2011, in the early days of the recession, in order to help save money, where the legislatures were cutting money, they took off 10% of the transportation budget, which at that point was about 7.5 million, and it was never restored until this last session. And so and that's going to result in everybody receiving a little bit more. Depending on what you're seeking reimbursement for, it's going to be more for some and less for others. That was a win.
Thank you. One thing I want to mention really quickly here is I think on that first slide I had said there were some legislators who made a pledge to not increase state government by a certain percentage. So we started with a bill sponsor who partway through working through this with her, she took the pledge, and so then we couldn't move forward with this anymore, and we had to switch to another legislator, the spending pledge. Okay, and then Michelle's going to talk to us about this one.
So I always like standing up and talking about this because I think this is kind of a fun thing, a positive thing. The Millennium Fund, for those of you who don't know, is money that comes from the tobacco tax settlement. And 3 years ago, some of the legislators approached the department and said, if you were given a chunk of money, what would you do with it? Well, this is what we ended up with has been 3 years worth of work and effort. We this year got $1.5 million to do some after-school programs. There will be a grant application. You should have received information, or at least maybe, I don't know if it's your business managers. There was an email that went out just this week about it. But it is for programs similar to the 21st century programs, but not exactly the same. The biggest thing is that it has to be any partnerships that occur, it has to be done with a district or a charter school. So that's part of it. The second thing is that it doesn't have any requirements as far as, a certain percentage of free and reduced rate or any of that. The other thing that I'm excited about with it is, beside the fact that this is the first time we've had state money or essentially state money go for after-school programs, is that it can be used for short-term projects. It doesn't have to be a full year of after school. So let's say you want to do something in your schools over spring break, or you have a long Christmas break or something, or you want to have a summer camp in the summer, or you want to have tutoring for the students who need it on Fridays. This potentially would be an avenue for that. The second thing that we received in terms of new funding is last year we received $2 million to do grants, a 3-year grant for SROs. This year we went back and made a case. Here's how many people were in, here's how many districts were interested in it. Here's what they're doing with the money. So we made a case for another $2 million for 3 years. So now we have 2 cohorts with that. A couple things that I would say about this. After we did the presentation on Monday in Boise, I got an email saying, here's all the reasons that we can't do this. This money for the SROs is meant for you to cover their salaries and benefits. And we've, in some of the districts that have requested it for cohort 1, they received, almost $100,000 a year to do this. We have asked and require as part of this that you have a partnership with your county sheriff or the city police or whomever, mainly because we want that connection with it, but we are also not in the business of buying cars and guns. So we don't want to do that. in addition to providing the money for the salaries, we are working on ensuring that there's funding so that those SROs can go to whatever kinds of training that they need. And we're working really closely with the Office of School Safety. I'm telling you about this today, in part and dragging it out a little bit, because the application for this, I believe, is due next week. You can find it on the Safe and Drug-Free Schools webpage. If you haven't already seen it, I know Katie sent a bunch of emails out about it. If you already are participating in this and you have a need for another one, we will look at those grants as well. It depends on how many we get. But I'd encourage you to check that out. Additionally, we have funding for the youth well-being assessment. I know some of you on this side of the state are participating in that. It's our version of the youth risk behavior survey. There are questions on both of the applications and all of our applications using this money. Are you participating in that? If you're not, it doesn't exclude you from it. It's just more a way for us to gather that. But it's also a great way for you to gather information about what's really happening in your schools and what are your students doing. There are a few other projects that we have. What I'm excited about is that there is a fair amount of money available. I've heard for years about how the Safe and Drug-Free Schools funds isn't enough to do all of the things that we need to do or that we're doing. So this is a way to maybe help supplement those costs. So if you have questions, you can ask me or go ahead. Mm-hmm. Great question. Did everybody hear it? If you're approached by a not-for-profit and they say, we're no longer eligible for the other grant or we can't apply for this, it's completely up to you if you want to be part of it. And so you would work on it jointly on the application. But it's really intended to be more your program with their assistance as opposed to their program with all of your back office and all of the things there. So, yeah. I think it depends on the not-for-profit. I would hope that you wouldn't have to cover all of their costs. If they don't, yes, if they don't have any other funding, then yes, I would say that that's it. Yeah. To me, though, I would say that you could, if you have the capacity in your district, you could just say, here's what we're going to do and not have to worry about working with a not-for-profit. That's if you have the capacity. So I think that's part of what the legislature, the Millennium Fund Committee was doing when they looked at this and wrote the intent language for it. The Millennium Fund Committee has gotten burned a couple times with having other agencies doing or other organizations, especially not-for-profits, doing projects and then not being able to maintain them. And so they're looking at this as a way for some stability. So, other questions? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we're going to come back and talk about some of the other legislation. Thank you.
I'm going to give everyone the 2-minute warning. We're going to get started here in 2 minutes. We're going to go ahead and get started. So folks could slowly move or quickly start moving to their tables. So just a quick administrative request announcement. If you haven't signed up for lunch over on the table next to Natalie, just kind of signed, please do after, before lunch if you would. A couple folks we know came in through this entrance and might not have signed up, and we just need that for our accounting purposes. So what we're going to do for the next 45 minutes or so is talk about 28 pieces, distinct pieces of legislation that did pass, that does have a practical impact to school districts. As we keep mentioning, the document we put together, or the packet we put together, has each of the legislation there. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time summarizing it, but mostly what we're going to talk about is either action items we've already done or action items that we're in the process of working on, and try to take as many questions as possible. If we can't answer your question immediately, then we'll definitely get back to you. But the bottom line is we have one of our many tasks is as the executive branch helping execute on the laws, and help you all administer the law. So really quick. Just a couple of just quick things before we dive into legislation. And I have Spencer, Gideon, Michelle will help me kind of through this process. We're going to take turns so you don't get sick of my monotonous voice. But just kind of before we kick off, and I think we've really talked about this through the budget presentation this morning, but I get a lot of questions about what exactly does the department do during the session. And I think one that has been made very clear all morning is our budget request, and that we are statutorily obligated to provide a budget request. The governor then makes a recommendation in his state of the state. So that's something we are statutorily obligated to do. Something else that's been very clear since Superintendent Critchfield's taken office is that she has policy priorities every year, and that's something I know she's very passionate about. And the idea about that is when you deal with legislators, typically you have 105 different agendas, and so it's nice to have one individual who provides that clarity to the education policy making landscape. And, I think everyone's familiar with in our first year, career ready students, financial literacy. Last year, it was changes to the funding formula with the idea, to Brian Kress's point earlier, we wanted to be on the offensive rather than on the defensive when it came to the funding formula. And so we knew it was going to be a lift last year. We brought a lot of those changes back this year and we're not successful. And we're talking internally about what does the next steps look like. Something too, graduation requirements was something we worked on and championed, that update. And then science of reading training, transportation, use it or lose it, and then special education. I mean, that is going to be a consistent theme that I think, short of someone of the superintendent's stature in terms of being a statewide elected official advocating for that, there's a feeling that maybe it just gets lost in overall conversations around funding. And so that's going to be a priority. And then finally, something is just that we are really a policy review clearinghouse. There was in the first 10 weeks about 900 pieces of legislation that were introduced by the legislature. Around 90 of those touched on education issues. We probably, in the process of the legislative session, reviewed maybe 40 to 50 of those pieces of legislation. Either someone showed them to us and said, what do you think? And we might have been at a point where we could have given them some technical advice. Two, we have legislators who say, I want to do X, how do I do that? And that's where the expertise that we have at the department, whether it's our policy director, whether it's Gideon, Spencer, Michelle, kind of step in and try to help them navigate that policy making process. What I like to kid around is some of the bad bills we're going to talk about are bills that we didn't really get the opportunity to review, and now we're in the unenviable position of implementing those. But the bottom line is we coordinate with stakeholders, ISBA, IASA, in that process of trying to make sure that if policy legislation is going to go through, that it's as practical as possible in terms of the implementation. And that's a very big undertaking these days. So before we dive into legislation, just something that I know, might have slipped off of some folks' radar and it may be burned into your brain is Senate Bill 1025. I call it the other choice bill. And I think the only reason why I want to talk about this bill, and just put this kind of in your front of mind as we pivot to House Bill 93 and other things, is just that, this was an attempt by Senator Lent, by a group of senators. It ended up being a very small group in the end, who said, okay, the governor is saying $50 million towards choice. He's putting forward a caveat of fair, transparent, responsible, and accountable. Great. This is in, no uncertain words, a fait accompli, or this is going to in some form or fashion move forward. Let's see if we can't have, to some degree, and I want to underscore that, to some degree, some fairness between what you have to deliver at the public school in our public school system versus what this private choice bill is. And so if you go back, I do ask you to go look at Senate Bill 25, because what you're going to see is you're going to see attempts at true accountability, whether that's, requiring private schools that are recipients of those grants to have accreditation by a body recognized by the State Board of Education, maintaining data, whether that's enrollment data or performance data for eligible students, requiring those private schools administer a nationally norm referenced assessment or a state assessment, requiring their staff to have a background check. Additionally, and finally, just on this bill, if you look, it has very clear parameters about who can be recipients of this. I think it's upwards of 60% of folks that would be recipients of this repurposed Empowering Parents money would be under an adjusted household income of $60,000. And so that very strict cap would ensure that the beneficiaries of this were families that were in dire need. And so again, whether you agree with this effort, this was an effort to try to translate this push towards school choice toward something that I think had some of the features that I think we were all talking about in terms of accountability and fairness, and also a better fit for the state of Idaho versus something that Empowering Parents had already been on the books since 2022 versus a tax credit idea that came from outside groups that maybe didn't know Idaho education. So with that, let's
talk about what actually passed and the impacts of some of that. All of you probably are aware now of House Bill 93 and what that means. Couple things that are important in terms of action items or things for you to be aware of is in your packet, as Greg has already mentioned, there's some guidance related to the special education requirements. We've gotten a lot of questions, and I think you're getting requests from families, hey, we want to have our child tested or whatever. With the passage of this law, your child find requirements do not change. So hopefully you're aware of what those requirements are, or your special ed director is aware of those. That doesn't change any. So the information in the packet explains that. The other thing with it, though, that could also have an impact is, and this is kind of an esoteric part of it, but with the special ed funding that comes from the federal government, there is a requirement for equitable services for the students that are attending private schools. And there's a percentage of that the funding has to follow the student because of the way the calculations are done for it. So that might have an impact as well. So not only is it going to maybe hit you in other ways, but it may hit you in that way. There is a second document in there that I would encourage you to look through, and it is simply titled House Bill 91 or 93 Outline. It is also posted on our department webpage. So if you get calls from parents, you might want to say, hey, go out and you can look at this. House Bill 93 is not something that we are administering or have any part of, but we've been getting a lot of questions. It's all the tax commission, and gotta love that they get to do it, and they made a request for all kinds of support for it, and their request, just like some of ours, was not as great as what they hoped. Anyway, I digress. The House Bill 93 outline is information directly from the sponsors that was put together in as far as statements. Here is what we intended with this. This is what this means. Here's how to take advantage of it. So there's that one. Questions on that?
The administration of this is going to be very challenging because just something that was kind of a scary signal was the fact that the initial request for tax commission FTEs had to be increased to, I think they needed to add 2 or 3 more full-time FTEs in the course of the legislative session, in addition to 6 or 7 temporary FTEs. And I think what that kind of signals is that the administration of this might not be the way was being portrayed when it was making its way through the legislature. So I'm not trying to be super negative. That's just something that the next year is going to be very interesting, and early 2025 when we enter tax season is going to be very, very interesting.
Michael, did you have a question? Yep. Okay, did everybody hear the question? So for equitable services, is it just the schools in your district, private schools that are in your district? My understanding with that is yes, but I'm more familiar with the equitable services for the federal programs as opposed to IDEA. So that's part of it. The second part of it is you are not sharing any funds. You are providing, as the name says, equitable services. You are providing the services. And in some cases, and I just had a talk with Shaina Hirasaki yesterday about this, in some cases, it may be if you want those kinds of services, your student needs to be enrolled with that. We can't provide those services and meet the FAPE requirements at that private school. So what she has said that has happened in a lot of cases is that the parents will either say, oh, I guess I don't want to go to this private school, or B, we don't want the services. So just be aware of that. Okay, next one. Empowering parents. This is a program that, and I didn't realize this until listening to Quinn Perry, that a majority of the families using this are public school families. When it was repealed this year, there was language put in that it allows for those families that currently have the grants and the funding to spend those funds and use them, and I believe it's over the next 3 years, but no new funding will go to it. So it's something more to be aware of. It may not be something that you come across a lot, but parents may be coming to you. Two things that they might be saying is they might say, are there any funds to pay for fill in the blank? Like with empowering parents, the answer, if they're wanting something similar that normally does not occur in the school, the answer would be no. But the other thing is they may come and say, especially for the students who are 7 through 12, we want to use the advanced opportunities funds to pay for this. And so that will be something to maybe help with your counselors and your, if you've got college and career advisors or whatever, that may be a consideration for, or what to do in terms of talking about them. So just it's more of an awareness for you than anything else.
So mask mandates, House Bill 32. So there were a lot of pandemic related pieces of legislation around sort of constraining statute around measures around maintaining public health that were introduced this session. Clearly there was a large cohort of legislators elected in 2024 who this was a priority for them. Sometimes I wanted to tell them, you're living in the past, man, but this is what they wanted to pursue. And so this piece of legislation, pretty straightforward, says that neither the state nor a political subdivision, that includes schools, counties, public health districts, cities, or an official thereof can mandate an individual must use a face mask, face shield, or any face covering to contain an infectious disease. And it says that if you do put forward some kind of recommendation along those lines, there needs to be a very clear disclaimer that it is not mandatory. And so the only action item we have for you, again, is to review your district charter school policies and just ensure alignment with this new statutory change. Flags and banners, House Bill 41. So again, you can read the statute change yourself, but what this requires is, or what this says is that no school shall display any flag or banner other than the following. And so the code lists out several, which include everything from the U.S. flag, official flags of states, counties, municipalities, college and universities, tribal flags, military branches, or official flags representing a mascot or a school. And so that's what's enumerated in the statute. It specifically says no flags or banners that represent a political viewpoint, which include but aren't limited to political parties, race, sexual orientation, gender, or political ideology can be displayed. It doesn't apply to personal items, electronic displays. It's flags and banners. Posters, excluded from that. It's flags, Our banners. Yeah, I don't know, whatever you guys got going in Blackfoot, you know, a poster child for this. So the bottom line, a couple things. One is we requested an attorney general's opinion to provide a little bit more clarity. Yeah, here, nice response. We're still working on it. I'm not going to tell you when we requested it, but let's just say it was a while ago. We're waiting patiently. But I think in the meantime, it's important that you revere your local policies, your practice, begin providing training to staff. And this is one where we are working closely, specifically with ISBA. I know when Quinn's been on the road, she's been talking about this, but we want to have a guidance document that just again provides a little bit more clarity around this request. And I know there are some districts like West Ada that have gone in this direction, and I think there are others that have a policy that would align with this update to statute. Yes, Carla. Correct. They can. That is a new college or university is enumerated in the bill. I think that one is kind of on the line. I would say it's not specifically enumerated, and it's not probably an official flag of a mascot. Or do you have something? Agreed. And that's something I miss, but it does allow us to put forward officially recognized banners. And so one that I was thinking about, because we don't have a lot, are like the purple school designation
Yeah.
would be one that so we may in our guidance document have to like hoover up some of those ones that are on the line
Yeah.
and say, these are things that we recognize as a department.
Good question.
Yeah.
Really
I've
good
turned in the flag
question. So,
police.
yeah. Yeah.
Lucky us.
So I am going to say one thing going back to the question about the esports, that we have to be really careful in terms of, well, if we approve it for esports and then we get a request for whatever else, another club or organization. And I think part of it depends on if esports is truly recognized as a sport versus a club in your school. And there may be some of that, because if we're able to say, well, you can have banners for your sports, then that might be a possibility. Yep. So there are a number of things with that.
But our plan is in a guidance document to kind of, like we do with parental rights, is provide some very clear examples. Because when you deal with statute, that's what you always got to do, is apply it to different scenarios. I think Scott's.
Just one, I don't think there's a definition of banner and flag statute.
There is not. That's another reason why we need. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that there's no. I think the enumerated list is the way they're describing it, but I think I can tweak that slide.
Back to the university, it's specifically allows color. It's not allowed white.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Monty's doing cartwheels down that.
And I'm just gonna say, we pointed this out. We poked the holes. Quinn Perry, Andy Grover, we poked the holes in this. At a certain point, they just kind of jump feet first in this. But we poked the holes, and I think that's what we're gonna try to do with our guidance document. I think we're gonna do our best to try to draw out the lines. We deal with ambiguous statute a lot, and then I think to Brian Kress's point, you're just going to have to, it's a new era, and you're going to have to be careful about what is displayed in terms of flags and banners in your school buildings. But I think in our guidance document, we'll provide a little more clarity about flags and banners. Got it. Well, and we were hoping we would have an AG's opinion. I mean, Superintendent Critchfield, Debbie was intentional about requesting one several weeks ago because we knew we were going to be on the firing line on this update to legislation. Thank you. Who wants to take up Percy?
I'm not sure the intention of this bill, but this does allow for retirees actually to go back in and volunteer in an official volunteer capacity, but not any of like, we'll pay you later, wink, wink kind of capacities, right? If there is a situation where they want to become reemployed, and this is probably where the partial intention of it was, it does allow for repayment of those benefits if the member is not an actually bona fide volunteer. So it allows some flexibility there, but you've got to be sure that they're not receiving any sort of compensation.
You know, people ask us why are they making these changes to Percy, and I think Percy is notoriously strict, and so legislators are always kind of going back and making adjustments to Percy volunteers and things like volunteer work and other items, and this is kind of a long line in those updates to the Percy statute. Michelle?
Oh, I was just getting ready for the next one.
It is absolutely, and a lot of us are beneficiaries of that. And as I kind of hit, you know, I was talking to Gideon about this. We're kind of starting to think about retirement a little bit, particularly with legislative sessions like 2025. And you know, you think about the incredible benefit that all public employees have with Percy.
So next, the parent-student driver's ed training, House Bill 99. This law, one of the biggest things that it did was, and this has been a movement through a lot of the legislation, is to do some cleanup of the law. Taking sections of the law that related to the parent-taught driver's education and grouping them all together. So that's a big one. It really didn't change any of the fees or anything else associated with it. It was just make that change. The second thing that it did is this last year when the parent-taught driver's ed came up, IDLA was the only the only source for the off-road instruction. And they have a waiting list of, I think the last I heard was like 9 months. And most parents don't necessarily want to wait that long for their kids to get the driver's license. Of course, if they're anything like my brothers and I learning to drive, they probably wanted to, but that's beside the point. Anyway, we now at the department are going to be approving the online courses that are available. So for those of you that don't have a driver's ed program, when you have parents coming in saying, hey, I want to do this, how do I do it? IDLA will be it, but we are also going to be posting on our webpage a list of the online providers. Part of the intent with this is that the cost will be comparable to what IDLA would be, and so that's if there's or no cost at all. So that's something that we have to grapple with as well.
Moment by one of our senators talking about advanced opportunities in driver's ed. Anything come from that?
Not that I know.
Not yet. So here's part of the discussion is, and what Brian is referencing, right now we have been approving or allowing the cost of driver's ed to be used as advanced opportunity or use the advanced opportunities funding for that. That was never the intention for driver's ed or for advanced opportunities. And so we have been trying to get that out of there and not allow that. We were hoping to be able to request more funding for reimbursement. There were so many other things going on that was not going to happen.
Education through,
Yes.
so I don't
Yeah,
know.
we were trying to do some other things. So right now there's not a change there, but there may be going forward, especially as we start looking at some of the changes that have occurred with advanced opportunities and more scrutiny and review of that. So stay tuned for that one. Next, school district safety protocols. This one, if you notice, just from the code section 33512, most of you probably are aware that this is the section of code that talks about the responsibilities of the board. In this section, specifically section 16 of it, this law did a little bit of language cleanup, but it also then specifically spelled out what needs to be happening or what the board is responsible for. So previously in the language, it said that you had to maintain a database of all contractors and make sure that they had had a background check and checked against the sex offender registry. Now it says that you are required to do a background check of all persons that are in your building, whether they're employees or volunteers or not, that may have any kind of unsupervised contact with students. And so that might be the nighttime janitor who's just there and you don't think they're ever going to have a contact, except for the student who maybe comes in and needs to be let in so he can get things out of his locker or she can get things out of her locker, any of that. The second one is that you need to create and maintain emergency operation plans that are aligned to the Office of School Safety's plans. I don't think this will be anything new for most of you, but it clearly spells out what the process is and that they must be aligned. Where that becomes important is the next part, as far as all of your staff, top to bottom, regardless of where they're at, bus drivers, everybody needs to receive, as new employees, initial training, and then every year annual training related to your emergency procedures. I know the high school that I taught in, one of our emergency procedures was if there's any kind of bomb threat, the bees are buzzing. And we had to remember that, oh, if you hear bees are buzzing, that means that there's a bomb threat. With doing this, you are encouraged, because you're following the Office of School Safety's guidelines, to simplify it as much as possible, but then also to be thinking about how are we going to do this every year, regardless of the training. So what I would say with this is make sure your policies and practices are aligned to reflect these changes. Questions? Okay, add this to your list of the additional annual training that you have to receive, which we'll talk a little bit about that this afternoon. Next one is the denial of attendance. I don't know how much of an issue it is on this side of the state, but I'm thinking it may be. I know in the Treasure Valley, this happens somewhat frequently in that you have a student who, for disciplinary reasons, is going to be expelled. And before they are expelled, they say, oh, you can't expel me because I'm leaving. And oh, yes, Brian's already said, yep, so I know it happens here. So then they go to the next school in the next district and say, I want to enroll through open enrollment. And because you have spots available, you would have to take them, right? In theory, yes. So this change closes that loophole. If they're doing that, you don't have to accept them. The part that you do have to do is they have an opportunity once you say, I'm not, we're not going to accept you. The parents can contest that decision. And really what you're hearing with that is you are hearing or you're determining, is that Gideon Tolman that did it in Bonneville School District the same Gideon Tolman who is now applying in Idaho Falls? You're not hearing why they were going to be expelled or anything else. So that's one of the things. The other part of it that's changed is that if a student has been convicted, and convicted is the key here, of a severe crime, and in the materials that we have in the handout and in Idaho Code, it explains what the severe crime is. My easy answer is murder and mayhem, but it's a lot of other things beyond that. Less extreme than that, maybe not the mayhem, but they have to disclose that. And if you find out after the fact that you've accepted them and they haven't disclosed it, you can remove them from the school. So, questions on that? Hopefully it will help with that loophole. The other thing that I would say, and I know a lot of you do this anyway, is even if the student leaves the school, the board really should continue with the expulsion hearing. Just finish it out, get it done, and then it makes it that much easier. Yes, we heard this case and here's what's going on. Just my 2 cents there. Next, Spencer.
So intention of this bill was just to help clean up some language and to combine bills all into one, but essentially, not to oversimplify this bill, but you have to have filtered all content, right? Or if it's not filterable, like if it's some sort of software that your filter doesn't apply to, it has to be looked at. I just want to read you this piece. This is paragraph 3 of the statute. It says this: a school district or public charter school may offer digital or online library resources in kindergarten through 12th grade only if the vendor or other person or entity providing resources verifies that all the resources will comply with the provisions of subsection 4, which is statute that outlines what the material can contain in it. And so it really is a pretty serious charge for school districts, one, to make sure that your devices are filtered. And we would also say if that device leaves the school, that the filter still works. In addition to the software that you're using, that the content pertaining in those software or in the apps, whatever they are, has been verified by somebody that they are safe. Like it's. Or we can limit Brian to 5 questions an hour. I'm just kidding. It's a fair question. I think really the intention of this, if you can justify, or not justify, verify that you've taken certain parameters to keep your devices safe, right? Because really, as we know, filters are a really good first couple steps, but kids can intentionally circumvent filters, right? We're aware of that. And so your IT team has taken intentional steps to make content safe, to filter, et cetera, but through the use of whatever it is they do, yes, nefarious activities and the proxy websites, right, that allow you to circumvent are often used. So yeah, just be sure you're making a significant effort, and you can illustrate that you really are helping to make content safe. This really is just, as you're aware of the information the proclamation that the governor put out in late fall regarding distraction-free learning environment. This is just statute that really puts that proclamation into code of that. You just have got to have policies that limit distractions via digital devices, whatever those might be in your district, that interrupt with student learning. So
I think there was 7 or so different pieces of legislation that dealt with this topic. I mean, it's clearly a hot topic in education. I mean, if you go to some of these national conferences with all these policymakers, whether it was dyslexia or the science of reading 3 or 4 years ago, or more recently, the utilization of devices, there was an attempt by legislators to legislate on this. And I think what this was, and Debbie worked very closely with the governor's office on that executive order. We're trying to retain as much local control as possible. You make the determinations around what your policy looks like and how you want to structure that, but this requires you to have a policy. And I think it's the one most respectful of local control. It's going back to that local control aspect. I think it's just emphasizing that you're going to determine what makes sense for a distraction-free learning policy at the local level.
So the statute didn't say no cell phones allowed in classrooms.
Yeah.
Right. But some districts have done that, right? Saying, hey, no.
And they've gone through steps typically with parents to do that. I was pretty blown away when I saw districts like that Valley View and West Ada pursue something that was rather strict, and you go on the parental pages, and I think West Ada was pretty good with it. Valley View, they were becoming pretty frustrated about that change. And so the idea is that every single community, every single set of parents and patrons approach these issues very differently. And so this is being respectful of that. So another change that was made was to our existing civics test requirement was in House Bill 397. And so this requirement for a civics test has been in place since 2016. Currently, or before this change to code, that civics test was defined as an assessment or a test based on the 100-question U.S. naturalization test. And so what this update to code requires is that the department, the State Department of Education, will develop a new civics test based on the American Government Essential Standards. And so if you look at the code section, it provides that requirement of the department, and then it enumerates components or several components of our existing or our newly approved Idaho content standards for American government. This requirement would apply or begin to apply for secondary students in 26-27 school year. For graduates before January 1 of 2029, if they've fulfilled the previous civics requirement, that would satisfy this requirement. And so what we're going to be doing as a department is developing a civics assessment through a committee process of subject matter experts, much like we do with the social studies standards. And you will see more information around the implementation of this. There are lots of different conversations with those social studies teachers about what is the best way to move forward with a state required civics assessment.
Advanced opportunities. This was another bill that was a little bit of a language cleanup, but more than anything, it aligned what's happening in the public schools with what's the private school program that was called SOAP. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for, I don't remember. But to align those two, it does allow students to retake exams and submit those costs. So if they take the SAT and they don't get the score they want, and then they want to take it again and again and again, they can do that. Before, there was a restriction on that. There is one bullet that's not here that you might want to be aware of, is in the past for the early graduate scholarship, it was for students K through 12. So if they skipped to second grade, they would still be eligible for the early graduate scholarship. It's a nightmare to track, and who knows if that really has any kind of impact on the graduation rates or the things that are happening. So that was removed, so it's just 9 through 12. My reason for mentioning that is that it may have an impact on some of your students, that are planning on it, but also there's a little portion of that early grad that you get some funding for, so just to be aware of that. The last one is that if a student has earned, once a student has earned 15 credits, they need to then identify their post-secondary goals and determine if the institutions that they're looking at will accept those credits. The idea with this is really to help with more of the alignment of the courses that they're taking, instead of taking fly fishing and skiing and yoga, and then a few of the more core classes, making sure that they're really more closely aligned to the plans. So there is guidance provided in the folder for you, and I know that Brock Estelle, who has been the Advanced Opportunities Coordinator, he's been working with a lot of the counselors and already getting the word out in terms of the changes. Next. Cursive handwriting. So this was one that was passed, and it's a bill that the superintendent worked with the bill sponsor for and talked about.
Worked is there was a commitment by. I want to make this clear.
To make it clear.
The bill sponsors were adamant about moving forward with this. There was no, hey, we have cursive standards, let's just enforce those existing ones. They wanted something statutorily around cursive handwriting. And so what we did is try to make that, again, as
amenable as possible and not a heavy lift for you. So despite the fact that you can't read this, I was hoping, maybe to get a little bit of laughter or some of that. Those of us who love cursive handwriting, we're right that way, not a problem. Anyway, you are required, not a new thing, but to provide cursive handwriting instruction starting in 3rd grade. or by third grade. By the time they are in fifth grade, at the end of the year, they need to be proficient in it. So the next question is, what does it mean to be proficient? We are going to be providing guidance on that, but that is very much determined at the local level. One of it is, as the law says, proficient means writing legibly in cursive. Hopefully they can write their name and you can read it. So a couple things in terms of action items. One, this may require some adjustment of the instructional time in grades 3 through 5 in particular, and looking at that. Certainly looking at the PD that your teachers have. I know when I was going through my education program, I didn't get handwriting instruction. So I'm thinking it's been a number of years. I'm old, so they probably haven't had it. So there may be some things that need to be provided. We are going to be looking for resources, especially free resources for you, and we will be posting those as they become available. And then certainly the last one is just to review the guidance when it comes out related to the proficiency and just the best practices. Questions?
Oh yeah, lifetime certificate. Yes.
How many of you have at least 25 years in public education? Close to it. So this really was a positive thing, I think most of us are viewing. So if you have 25 years of experience, you'll be eligible for a lifetime certificate. We're working with the state board, Matt Reiber's group there to issue guidance, but the legislation charges them with promulgating rules around it. But the way we think it's going to go is that after you have 25 years of experience and you apply for that certificate, you won't be charged a fee, but you're going to have to do your credits up to that point, right? Your Danielson, your Excedra, your PD, but after that point, you're good to go for Idaho for the rest of the year. It didn't mention pupil service staff. And so we're still waiting to hear that way if that's ever.
And I think we're leaning toward it's probably not going to be just because of the way the statute was constructed.
Yeah, we don't know. The concern with some of the pupil staff is, as you know, like your nurses, part of their certification is keeping up their nursing degree with what they require. So if they have 25 years and then they apply, right, they don't have to then get any more professional development regarding nursing forever. That causes alarm for some of us. So anyways, to be determined, but we're leaning to which way Greg said.
This is a collaborative process with the board. I mean, ultimately, authority for certification sits with the State Board of Education. That being said, though, and if Debbie were here today, she said this to Region 3 on Monday, this is a number one priority. Sinilaki was at the meeting too. When we get back to Boise on Friday, maybe not Friday afternoon, but Monday morning, we have a meeting where we are working on an initial policy document to support this. There's some questions about whether we're going to go through the rulemaking process or whether we have enough to provide a guidance document so we can have this ready by this summer. We're acutely aware of folks who come August want this to be in place. And so this is going to be a priority for the department in getting this off the ground and ready to go. Yes, Jill.
So what about out-of-state experience?
It likely will, yes.
Yes, yes.
You got to be able to document it, right?
That's one where, yeah, the out-of-state experience, that's one where we're all over that, and we're going to want to be as responsible as possible in terms of counting that.
I don't know if higher ed counts, actually. We'll get back to you. How's that? Good question. Yeah. Yes, that's what it is now, but they wouldn't have to. After they were granted this, they're done. Yep, never to have to reapply again.
But the statute applies to state requirements. Local requirements, it's silent on that.
And if there's a new, like dyslexia, right? If some requirement like dyslexia comes out, then you're going to have to take that course.
That's a statutorily required PD.
Yep, Travis. People service. Mm-hmm. They would have to be separated. I see what you mean. So they're going to have to, if they want to keep that certification current, they still have to reapply and do that PD every 5 years, pay the $75. But if it goes that way, like we don't know, but we'll know soon. Yes. Yeah, they just need to wait till it runs out when that expires versus if they just applied. So I guess if your question is like they've been in it 30 years now, they just let it run out.
I mean, that's how statute works, though. I mean, things change, rules change, and some folks aren't necessarily the beneficiary of this. Again, had we maybe been more in the room when this was being developed, we might have asked questions around grandfathering in folks and some of those critical questions and providing a little more clarity around definitions and pupil support staff and those kinds of items. So I think we're getting close to lunch. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a few more, look for maybe the hook, and then what we can do is we can take up the final 3 or 4 bills after lunch, and that'll be kind of a good segue in. So literacy intervention, Gideon earlier had just talked about Senate Bill 1213, which was the enhancement budget that provided for the $5 million for smart coaches. And so Senate Bill 1069 is a pretty straightforward piece of legislation where in the existing section of code, the Idaho Comprehensive Literacy statute, it just puts something in there about the department shall provide professional development for all kindergarten through grade 3 teachers and elementary administrators. So it puts that requirement out there, and then the appropriation bill, which funds the SMART program on an ongoing basis, is the actual mechanism or the programming to fulfill this new statutory update.
Greg, is there a priority for?
I was going to bring that up. Thank you. If you look at the intent language, it specifically states that priority will be given to bottom 25% of LEAs based on their spring Idaho reading indicator scores. And so we're in the process right now. I'll just kind of go to the next slide. Contracting opportunities. We're having to stand this up very, very quickly. I think when you talk about K-3 educators, that are teachers, just them as an exclusive group, that's around 4,000 folks. In the previous 2 cohorts of SMART program, we've had about 1,200 people go through. And so our intent is over the next 3 to 4 years is to make this available to every single K-3 teacher and a large segment of our administrative principals or our elementary administrators, excuse me. That is the intent of what we're trying to do here. And so, again, if you know anybody who would be interested in signing up as a SMART coach, we're trying to very quickly have to stand up the capacity around this program so it can be implemented for the 25-26 school year. Okay, do you want to just do a few more and then we can do lunch?
How many of you received public records requests this last year from out-of-state entities? Just ignore them. I mean, well, kind of. So this bill is, that's like increasing, right? And often we may or may not ignore them. But the statute now says it's supposed to be filled within 30 days, unless they accidentally made your spam inbox. But essentially, you can charge additional fees for out of state, right? You just need to be sure you adopt a policy that differentiates what you do. For example, if you're going to say, if it's an in-state, you're going to charge $25 an hour plus materials. If from Utah, $50. If it's California, it's $250 an hour, right? Like, whatever you're saying, you just need to be sure it's written down, it's in policy, but you do have, it does allow you to those out-of-state experiences to be able to have some additional flexibility there. Yes.
Does.
True story. Scott and Wilson's about to start making copies. Public board meeting, as you're aware, so before, if you're going to have public comment, it had to be tied to something on your agenda. It's no longer the case, right? So a constituent can come to your board meeting and speak to any topic they want unless it's a violation of what's executive session, such as personnel matters, right? And that's where your board chairman has really got to step up and stop that individual if they're speaking to those terms. What you want to be sure you do is have a policy that sets a time frame, right? Probably 2 minutes is standard, or 1 minute, whatever you do. Some of you do 3 minutes. That's just that person just to stand up, and you don't have to cut them off. That you actually have a time limit, a timer going to where you actually limit the length of what those people are speaking to. And your policy can also say if you have 50 people that want to speak, but they're all speaking about the same thing, you don't have to hear all 50 of them. Right, so just be sure your policy has clarity on those topics.
And this is one where ISBA, they wanted to try to stand in the way, you know, I should say, they wanted a more constructive piece of legislation around this to be put forward, and this is what we got.
So you'll remember the previous statute on this, the 3507, was regarding, and still exists, for those 1,200 students or less, that allow a spouse of a board member to be employed if you advertise it for 60 days, if it was not during the school year, et cetera, but then every year they had to annually reapply for that position. This one has a little bit more flexibility. If you have 400 or less, that you can actually hire a spouse and it doesn't have to be advertised year after year after year. But obviously trustees must abstain for anything that involves the compensation of those employees. And it can't be a principal position or superintendent. And be sure your policy supports it.
So what we're gonna do is after lunch, there's just 3 or 4 more pieces of legislation that we're gonna cover. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a break for lunch. We're gonna reconvene a little after 1 o'clock, finish up legislation, and then go into kind of the afternoon programming. We'll talk about graduation requirements, you know, have discussions around statewide assessment, the 27 budget requests, really hoping it can continue to be interactive. I don't know, Taylor, is there anything on lunches in the back? Is there any other? gonna get started. I mean, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I know there's still some folks who are waiting till it's 1 o'clock, and some of our teammates are out having conversations, but I'll go ahead and get started. Um, just a few more slides left, just on legislation and some of the real fun ones to talk about. The first item that, again, we're doing our best to make folks aware of some of the policy process changes that have been occurring in the legislature. And so, this morning we talked a lot about the new JFAC process and the practical implications it has for school budgeting, K-12 budgeting. Something else that we want to make you aware of that I've been talking a lot about is, the last couple years, administrative rules require concurrent or bicameral approval. So gone are the days where 5, 6 years ago, folks had problems with the science standards, that probably would originate in like the House Education Committee, and then the Senate was in a position to just go ahead and approve those. And so this concurrent or bicameral approval of rules is by far the highest standard that we have in the nation. When you look at the United States Congress and their rulemaking process, it's both bodies have to agree in rejecting an administrative rule from a federal agency. So this is going to be something just to be aware of, that we want you to be aware of, because, with graduation requirements, it was an awfully big lift this year. You probably saw with the social studies standards, we had to ask the committees to reject the 4th grade social studies and the 612 U.S. history based on my inability to get agreement between both committees. The Senate was good with the rules as they were, the standards as they were. There was at least 7 members of the House Education Committee that did have a problem with the social studies standards. And so I tried to narrow the scope and get concurrent approval through both bodies. So this is just something to be aware of. The last thing that leads into the next piece of legislation I'm going to talk about is just there is this movement in the legislature to move administrative rules to law. There's a movement to do that. And again, it's part of the process of the legislature is going to be in the driver's seat when it comes to public policy making, and the administrative state needs to be reined in. And I think, as you can all imagine, they're looking at the federal government as inspiration for these efforts. I think what is challenging about that is Governor Little, and again, whether you're supportive of those efforts or not, has made red tape reduction a priority of his. Upwards of 95% of our administrative rules, and that's across all state agencies, have either been reviewed and or reduced. There is currently an executive order in place called zero-based regulation, where every year 20% of all administrative rules are taken up, they're reviewed, and changes are made by those. And the reason why it's 20% is because it needs to be manageable. It needs to be something where you can actually put intentional thought around updates to those administrative rules. So this is just something to be aware of, because when you talk about things like that are incorporated by reference, whether that's the content standards, the graduation requirements, which there was a piece of legislation to codify the graduation requirements, or the special education manual, all those are areas where the administrative rules process allows us to convene subject matter experts, have clear public comment periods, and then put those forward for final approval from the legislature. If those kinds of items start going through a legislative process, that is an interesting development in K-12 public policy making. So House Bill 290 was an example of immunization administrative rules moving from administrative code to statute. And so I think it's just, again, no significant changes were made, that it really was a cut and paste job. I think we just want you, again, to be aware that this movement is afoot, and that you may need to review your existing immunization policies and procedures for correct code references. But again, this is something we want you to be aware of, because we do think it's going to impact K-12 policy making in the future. So the Idaho Medical Freedom Act, Senate Bill 1210. So many of you, if you were paying close attention to Idaho Ed News, probably saw that one of the 2 pieces of legislation that Governor Little vetoed was Senate Bill 1023, which was dubbed the Idaho Medical Freedom Act. And that that legislation was very broad. It prohibited schools from enforcing any medical mandates, and used very, very broad terminology, and applied very, very broadly, and ultimately was in conflict with other sections of code that deal with public health measures. And so the governor vetoed it. I think he used conversations with school leaders. He also, I know, was getting a lot of conversations with the medical community about that. So he vetoed it and then went back to the table with some of these legislators, and came up with House Bill 1012. Ultimately, this new piece of legislation exempts schools. I think something we want you to be aware of is that based on this update to statute, you cannot exclude an otherwise healthy person in a disease outbreak due to their vaccination status. So this is something where you're going to want to take a look at your policies, and update them regarding the exclusion of students. But this will be in force in law on July 1. And again, in very many ways, like the mask mandates legislation, it comes from legislators who are looking to continue to legislate 5 years after COVID. So parental rights, House Bill 352. So in 2023, as many of you know, and we spent a lot of time talking about those updates to the parental rights statute, there were significant updates made to that. This year, a section was updated in the parental rights bill that specifically states that public schools are required to adopt policies and procedures that prohibit classroom education on sexual orientation or gender identity. And so this code section, this parental rights bill, is updated to state that very clearly. Again, as an action item, you're going to want to review your district and charter policies, and again, ensure alignment with this update to the parental rights law. There we go, Brian. Human sexuality permission, House Bill 238. This is one where it is a work in progress in really delineating out how this applies in the classroom at the local level. But a couple things, just a high level overview. There is a very broad definition of human sexuality included in the update to statute. And again, I'm not trying to be pornographic, but there are things in there, it talks about defining human sexuality broadly as meaning sexual conduct, sexual pleasure, sexual intimacy, sexual violence, eroticism, pornography, deviant sexual behavior, sexual attraction, sexual orientation, or any form of sexual identity, gender ideology, or conversion. So that's the very broad definition that they have. And that's what we're trying to work out, what the definition, or how does that course of instruction, what is encompassed in that definition when it comes to specific courses of instruction. Because based on that, what it requires is an opt-in on these subjects, and that there's a 2-week deadline for doing this, no less than 2 weeks before such instruction, and that you have to provide a brief description to the parent about that course of instruction. Just to summarize, the bill does have a civil right of action, so there wasn't as many as last year and the previous year with those kinds of mechanisms, but this does have that. But before we can go in that direction, it allows the board to have a rectification process for a parent that feels like they didn't get proper notification. To Brian's point, what does that encompass? And I think the tougher question that we've gotten was from Region 2, Sean Teagues. He very much is the Region 2 Brian Kress, or you're the Region 6 Sean Teagues. Just a lot of really good questions. He asked about literature because he felt like there are things where sexual attraction, as an example, is covered in that. And so I think our recommendation in advance of getting more clarity is erring on the side of caution. So I would say biology classes. I don't know, Michelle, Spencer, I'm not going to throw it to Gideon, but I mean, erring on the side of caution for this, I think, is the right way to go. And it's because of the unnecessary or how broad that definition is.
In, not an opt-out. So any parent that doesn't read that and doesn't
Sure.
permission, we're excluding their child from that.
Sure.
activity. Granted, they have to do an alternative
And people make that argument for sexual education too, that
You're excluding them from that portion of the instruction, and I think that's one of the key things to think about. And as a former teacher that taught this kind of stuff and had to get the opt-outs or opt-ins, one of the things to me that really stood out with this language is this is one of the only bills that was passed where there is a disciplinary action for teachers. So if they don't do what they're supposed to be doing, there can be discipline that occurs. And I think that's, for me as a former teacher, that's important to share and have them know that's it. And what, like Greg said, err on the side of caution. If you think it's going to create controversy with your parents, then probably best to get that opt-in.
and again, in our guidance, I mean, we're going to try to provide as many practical examples as possible, which would also touch on literature, because I think that's something we need to kind of define. Michael.
My reading of the law is that it cannot be a generic one. Cannot. That
If there's a
In-
course of instruction that you feel like encompasses that, it cannot be generic. It has to be something more specific.
I don't know about the 2-week time period, and that's where we're going to get some guidance on. Yes, I know, I understand that, but I don't know if it has to be no more than 2 weeks in advance. It's just that the 2-week part of it is you have to give the parents enough time if they want to look at the information, that they can then go make arrangements to go in and look at the information or get access to it. You can't do it the day before and have it count. I think in Michelle's world, to have something at the beginning of the year where you say, hey, in our biology class, here is what we talk about. In our child development class, here's what we talk about. Oh, by the way, guess what? In English 10, these are the books we read, and this one has, this part of it. Romeo and Juliet, all over the place. We talked about that one. That may be a way to do it, but I think we're going to have to work on some guidance for you on it.
I need to go reread Romeo and Juliet. It sounds like
It's
really
that sexual
hot,
attraction
I don't
thing,
know.
it's, yeah.
I mean, that is really the challenge here. And I think to Michelle's point, I mean, the more a generalized generic opt-out, no, but something that is very specific. Because again, keep in mind, the civil cause of action's fairly narrow. I think the legislature is trying to keep that a little bit more narrow. And then the rectification process goes through the board. Well, I mean, if you can very clearly demonstrate, we listed off all the books here, Romeo and Juliet's right here. We said this course of instruction was going to occur in January through whenever. There you go. Then I'm like, you had sufficient, so that's what we're trying to figure out. This is one of those ones where it is incredibly challenging to apply it to every single situation that you're grappling with at the local level. And this is one where we weren't in the room when it was being drafted. So, Scott, excuse me. Well, what with this bill specifically and the same is there's a combination of the Attorney General, our policy director, and then Quinn Perry, honestly, and ISBA. I mean, those are the three entities that we're in conversations about what this looks like. And that's going to be a part of it, because if you look at every single guidance document we put out around this stuff, we do talk about consulting with your local. But I do feel like for folks that don't have the general counsel that the Bonneville School District has, we can provide some pretty good, at least some delineations about what this process looks like. We could do a high attorney fees fund, right? I don't know. Oh, another bill. Okay. This one again is one that we're working through. It's frustrating that if you look at what we've put together in advance of post-ledge, I mean, there are a lot of policy documents. A lot of our folks have been burning the midnight oil to kind of get this stuff put together, but then there's still legislation that, again, it's just not very clear cut. How does it apply? And so Senate Bill 1046, which deals with instruction around fetal development, requires that beginning next school year, 25-26, that all public schools serving grades 5 through 12 shall include instruction on human growth and development, and shall include an age-appropriate presentation of, and in the code it's very clear, a high-definition ultrasound video of at least 3 minutes in length showing the development of the brain, heart, sex organs, and other vital organs in early fetal development. Does. I'll get there. The statute is broad. We initially, a couple things. One is we had this conversation in Region 3 on Monday, and if you look at the definition in the other bill and try to apply it to that, I think there is a question around whether this fetal development bill would be encompassed in that definition. And you could kind of go either way in some ways. And thinking about the bill sponsors who are of a similar bent, I think they would prefer one have opt-in versus the other be mandatory or opt-out. So that is something we're trying to work through. What Debbie wanted to do was she wanted to provide you very clear guidance that you do it in 8th grade or you do it in 10th grade and or both. But if you read the code very carefully, that's not what it says. It says if you touch on subjects that or provide instruction on issues or concerning human biology, or provides instruction on contraception or instruction on STDs as an example. So you have that biological component and that sex ed component. Then the expectation is that a 3-minute video that checks all these boxes. They do have a video that they want to put forward. It's called the Baby Olivia video, because this is based on model legislation. But the bill sponsors have said that if one of us decides to go into the video making business, we could probably create something. I don't think it would be high definition, but we could create something that maybe fulfills this. But that's the is we feel like, just based on the code, you're going to be showing this video much more frequently than 8th grade, 10th grade. It's going to have to be any kind of course of instruction that touches on some of these human biological components. There's an expectation that this video is going to be shown. Yes. It is in advance of this instruction. I mean, I think the reasonable expectation is it's showing during classroom time. I think the joke in Region 2 was they're just going to put these on recurring loops in the hallway and just let folks kind of walk by. I don't think that would satisfy this statutory requirement, but people might watch it. Any other questions, concerns? We really do appreciate your patience. I'll just tell you, one of the things that makes this challenging is Debbie makes a concerted effort, in this case, this piece of legislation, talking with Representative or Senator Nichols, now Senator Nichols, and sometimes I think some folks are still trying to figure out what their intent was on some of this legislation. And so the attempts to decipher and to apply this stuff is a very challenging thing. This is very similar to what the changes were in the parental rights bill 2 years ago. There were a lot of provisions in there that initially were challenging to apply, that many different scenarios were sent our way, and we kind of had to figure out, okay, this is what applies in this situation, that is what applies in that situation. The past two pieces of legislation are very much like that. And so, again, if we don't get an AG's opinion, Scott, then we have attorneys and we have other avenues of folks that can review our work. You know, we've utilized Amy White when it came to the parental rights bill as an example, to where we feel like we can give very solid guidance that helps you and your legal counsel apply this at the local level. So the final two things I just briefly want to touch on is, again, I talked earlier about, well, so like I said, there's a lot of influences at the federal level coming down into Idaho. And one, again, despite Governor Little and others' best efforts to be in the mode of red tape reduction, there are two pieces of legislation that touch on this theme of the Department of Governmental Efficiency. And so one that passed early in the legislative session is the Idaho Code Cleanup Act. And what it requires all of our agencies to do is to review and report any unnecessary, obsolete, and outdated provisions of the statute that applies to their sphere. And so in this case, the State Board of Education, and we're working with them, is doing a review of Title 33 with the idea that recommendations would be made no later than September 1 of 2025. And that's the same deadline as our budget request, as an example. Something we just want you to be aware of is I do think there is a movement, or there is consideration around what we call recodification, or making kind of wholesale updates to Title 33. And I think that's just something we want on your radars, because while we think that, yeah, you can make updates to Title 33, it was last updated in 1963, or it was last recodified or holistically updated in 1963, I think there's just some concerns about who's at the table making those changes to our education law. I mean, again, with the funding formula, that was last put in place, or that was put in place in 1994, 31 years ago. There's no doubt that there's provisions in there that don't reflect the educational environment of 2025. But that's just something we want you to be aware of. And then the other is what's dubbed the Doge Bill, 364, which creates a legislative Doge task force. It's comprised of 9 members of the legislature, all legislative members. And their mission, their task is to ensure fiscal accountability, prevent waste, and enhance accountability. And again, if you read the provision of the statute, there continues to be a drive to either eliminate or shift nearly all regulations to code by 2033. And so this is something else that we're watching very closely that I think will impact the way we do education policy at the state level. So I'm going to shift gears. We're going to talk. So we're going to, yes. It's on the inside. Some legislative opponents of this, yeah, had a lot of fun things to say about that. Yes, correct. We moved back. Is that why you left? We've satisfied that, but the video has to check those boxes, correct? It does check those boxes, and it was shown in the Senate Education Committee as an example of that. And yeah, it was very interesting, that debate and that discussion. This is model legislation, by the way. This is out of Florida. This is out of Iowa. Again, some of us weren't at the table trying to. Okay, I'm going to give it to Gideon. We can come back to that at the end of the program.
I was talking to the Butte County team during lunch, and they said, well, when do you start the next process? Right now. As soon as one legislative session ends, we start the process for the next one. So as we talked about earlier, a big focus of the budget and the policy from Debbie and from our team was on special education. So what do we want it to look like in FY27? So that's a question we have for you all that I'd appreciate your feedback on. You know, with $0 for discretionary funding, what do we want our discretionary funding request to look like? We've been beating our heads against the wall on weighted student funding. Do we just drop it and move on? There's pushback from legislators, pushback from school leaders on that. Do you have a better idea for us to move forward with that one? So as you're thinking about that, I'll pose these other questions as well. Yes, please, Brian. Appreciate that, Brian. And as far as this past budget cycle goes, I know we heard from a lot of you throughout the process, and we feel like I'll use weighted student funding again as an example, that we've been talking about that for 2 years now at least, and have sent you many, many spreadsheets and different scenarios. Do we need to do something different with our communication on that? I guess to the point Brian made, maybe just keep some things in mind as we move forward with different things. And then while you're thinking about that one, for both the FY26 budget that just passed and for the budget in general, how can we communicate more constructively about that? And what I mean by that is, I know sometimes, I know we are working throughout the session to communicate with legislators, but I know school leaders sometimes communicate directly with legislators, and that's great when we're all on the same page with that communication, but when we're communicating different things, that makes it hard, and it's hard enough to get things through the legislature when we're all on the same page. So what are some ideas there? So I know Brian already threw out you know, keeping rural schools in mind if we do something with weighted student funding. I know we talked earlier about there probably will be something related to the funding formula next legislative session. I think we're feeling not as confident about bringing something like weighted student funding forward again, but we also don't want something to be implemented that that didn't have any buy-in from anybody as well. So anyway, with those thrown up there, advice that you have for us as we move into the FY27 budget. And I guess one more thing while you're thinking, as Greg said, and as you know, September 1st is the statutory deadline for us to submit our budget request. So the reason we start now is because we have to put together narratives around why we're requesting what we're requesting, and then that is reviewed and vetted by lots of people, and then in September once we submit those budgets, those are then scrutinized by the governor's office and the legislative office in preparation for the next legislative session. And so we have to start putting those together now. Any comments or suggestions on those? Is special education, it seems like that's not a problem that's going away. That gap is only increasing. I think we need to do something in that area. And so I think we feel pretty confident that we need to keep moving in that direction. But other comments about that? Oh, sure. So why don't you take a minute and talk amongst yourselves, and then maybe we can report out here in a minute. Okay, how are you feeling? Ready to report out? I thought of a couple other things, but I want to hear from you first, and maybe some of these will be covered as you guys share out. What ideas did you have as you kind of shared with each other and talked through ideas for the FY27 budget request, for budgets moving forward, for funding for K-12 education in Idaho? And Jeff, when so just more funding for classified staff. Yep. Right. Yeah. Okay. One of the things that we've talked to many of you about is our divisors and staff allowance and those things. And makes sense to update those. It's been a long time since those have been updated. I think one of the things we run into with that conversation is it's a little more complicated to explain. And as legislators are looking for wins to campaign on, updating the divisors isn't the flashiest thing. But having said that, it's something that's been has needed addressing. And let me just write down the minimum of one comment, Jill, and then we can keep going. Okay, other comments, you guys? I appreciate that. And something we try to say a lot when we talk to our legislators is this is operational funding. Let's call it operational funding because that's what it is. It is not, to your point, something that's above and beyond to do all these fancy things with. This is funding staff and keeping the lights on and those types of things. Okay, I
So that's a
appreciate that.
really great comment and question. And I think it would be beneficial for all of us to sit with our legislators and show them where our discretionary funds really go. Like your own personal. So it's beyond what the Department of Ed employees are doing. Like you have that lunch in July or whenever you have it, not hopefully not in January, but you have that conversation a couple times and say, hey, here's our bills, here's our budget, here's discretionary, and help them understand where it goes and show them. And that's going to illustrate from your propane to your special education expenditures. In about 2 or 3 categories, you're going to expend most of it. But they have to know that from you, so it's local.
On that note, and I know a lot of you do this already, but the more you can bring legislators in to see what you're doing in your schools, I think that will help. I know some folks don't want to listen, but I think some do. And I think the more we can kind of bring them in and show them that hopefully that will help. I thought you said, yeah, go ahead, Lil. Okay. And so right now we have 35.5 million, I think, in the technology line in the budget. So are you saying we need to increase that amount?
And I think it was IATA did have a study from a couple years ago where they had kind of like figured out exactly based on student devices, based on refresh cycles, based on some of those things, what the true cost for technology was for our school district. So I think when legislators see $36.5 million, I think that's the amount, they think, wow, that's a good chunk of money, but it's like literacy dollars. You start denominating it based on an individual student or an LEA, and it's a pittance in some cases.
So one of the, when we talk about rolling in line items to discretionary, technology is actually one of the ones we thought about doing that we left alone. Would you, and not just you, Linnell, any of you, would you lean in the direction of, no, let's keep that as a line in the budget and just increase it, or increase discretionary funding and roll that into discretionary funding because we know technology costs are going to continue to go up and you use discretionary funding for technology. Any thoughts there? Versus, and just to clarify, keeping it as a line in the budget or putting that into discretionary? Oh, so if you would prefer to leave it as a standalone line item, raise your hand. Technology, if you would prefer to leave the $35.5 million of technology as a standalone line in the budget, raise your hand. If you would prefer to roll that into discretionary and have more flexibility with that funding since you're already probably supplementing that with discretionary funding, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. And that was a good suggestion. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, Yes, please, Michael. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Michael, because that was part of the conversation with the weighted student funding was, yeah, on one hand, it's great to have more flexibility with that funding, but on the other hand, for our smallest districts in particular, that's hard when they don't have that minimum anymore, and you're rolling that funding into discretionary, and then there's a lot less between having that minimum and having that all rolled into discretionary. So I guess on that note, if we were, for example, using technology to roll that into discretionary funding, I I guess I'd be open to suggestions on how we could create minimums within that. Maybe anyway, might have to think through that a little bit more. But that's a really good point. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah. Yeah, and I think, Brian, that's a really good point because with a lot of the lines in the budget that were set at one point and have never been increased or haven't been increased for a long time, well, our costs have increased. And so that's, again, dipping into discretionary to help supplement those. So I appreciate you bringing that up too. And that's something that we see, and I think Greg said this, something that we see a lot is, well, 35.5 million for technology. When a legislator sees that, well, that's a ton of money. But what they don't see is when that gets down to the district and charter, it's not a lot of money. So I think the more we can do to help message what that actually looks like on the school level, I think is helpful. So thanks for bringing that up.
And I think there's something to be said about approaches that are really not necessarily policy changes that have to go through the germane committees, but that's requests that go through just JFAC. I mean, they're, where we're making adjustments, whether that's the classified and administrative staff amount or line items that try to move towards what the actual cost is, or address the fact that when those were last set, like technology, I mean, I think technology's been $36.5 million since like 2016. And so if you kind of think about it through that lens, a lot of our line items, maybe except for literacy, kind of stay at a pretty static level. They have advocates in that first year. They become part of the base budget or become the ongoing budget, but then they never get a review and a refresh. And some of that probably is just the politics around it, is once something's in place, it kind of loses its sexiness to do anything with it.
One thing that I was reminded of as Greg was talking to Linnell's question earlier about technology. So the IT staffing line in the budget that was on the books several years ago, that one did get rolled into discretionary funding. Can you give me some feedback on has that created an issue? Was that fine because you were paying way above that anyway, so it didn't really matter? Any feedback on that? That might be a kind of a good example to look at. I guess maybe I'll say it this way. Has anybody had any concerns with that one going away? Guy, did you have something? Okay. 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 Thank you guys for the feedback. Anything else? And oh yeah, go ahead, Guy. Thank you for pointing those out. Yeah, and I mean, all of those, the Percy sick leave, that's something that I think because we've been on holiday for so long, I think we're like, oh, we're just going to always be on holiday, right? But no, we are not. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, Scott. Flat. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that one up. And that one, I think I was talking to Julie Oberly just not too long ago, maybe a week or so ago, about that exact one, about how a lot of districts and charters use literacy funding for staffing. That's how you get kids to read, is by hiring staff to support them. And if that's a fixed cost, yeah.
20% of literacy funds, I think, go towards staffing. There's an early literacy, or that distribution has a report attached to it. I think that's one where, in 2019, it was $13.1 million in FY 2013 or 2019, excuse me. It was $13.1 million. It got doubled to 26.2. I mean, it's ratcheted up, and then it was in 2022. I think it went up to that current 72.3 or 4 number. And that's one where every year we do see the amount per student diminish, and then the inflationary pressure on the other side with staffing. I think that's a very good one. And that's one where we can demonstrate, I know legislators scratch their heads, we can demonstrate where that has made a difference in our early literacy scores.
Thank you for the feedback. If you have other things that you think about later, please feel free to shoot me an email or call me, or whatever you want to do there. I know you all know this, and I know we talked about this earlier. Because of the tax cuts that happened this session, and because of the uncertainty at the federal level, it's a little bit up in the air what the budget picture is going to look like for FY27, how much revenue is going to be available, but we will do the best we can to put forward a budget that's impactful for you all, and advocate for it as we move forward. Okay, then let's move on. I think this is Spencer starting us off. Or Greg.
I'll kick it off. Again, so because Debbie's not here today, there were a couple things that we felt like were important to talk with Region 6 about. And so one of those items was just around some of the legislation that I'm sure many of you saw around school district virtual programs. Those are pieces of legislation that I feel like when we go into 2026, they are going to get traction. And it's not just folks that are maybe skeptical of public education that are pursuing those, but there are folks that are friends of public education that feel like there needs to be more regulation, more of a statutory framework around virtual programming in our traditional school districts. I'll just say a few things. One is that many of us were at the state when COVID hit, and we recognized and appreciated, Gideon and I were the ones advocating for the shift to enrollment during that time, and we did that in temporary rule. And that temporary rule had a pretty significant fiscal impact. But we advocated for it, we were able to get it there, and we knew that for a lot of districts, virtual educational programming was the way, an online schoolhouse as an example, was going to be the way they provided education for their school districts. And so we recognize the broader environment. I think what we want to talk about today, and I know Spencer's time, Spencer was at the legislature most of the weeks that it was in session, making that drive every week back and forth. He was in a lot of those conversations. We want to have a very candid conversation with you about virtual educational programming, because like we talked about early on, our role is to be that education policy clearinghouse. So, rather than making public policy without having these significant conversations, we want to have these conversations, and the earlier the better. Having that on May 7th is beneficial to us as we begin our policy work for the legislative session.
I feel like I got the easy topic here. No budget or fetal or, yeah, that's right. Let's just talk about virtual programs for a minute. I know there's like this feeling in the state of we need to start a virtual program by way of, because we can make money if we do it correctly, right? Which is true. You'll remember at the end of the session, it really gained traction for a short time of even of putting some hard parameters around virtual programs being expanded and adopted. And some of you were involved in those conversations and some of you weren't, but one of those conversations, which some of us felt had a lot of hypocrisy connected to it, was you not allowing to enroll students that didn't reside in your district yet, if virtually, right? But if they were not virtual students, you had to take them anyway, unless your open enrollment policy was different. And so what conversations, what questions do we have about it moving forward? I told you it would be easy. Thank you. No.
I'm not a pro statewide program. I'm a pro in my district. I will work with the kids in my district, give them another pathway, but that's choice is a big word we hear out there. And so giving them another choice within my district, I think is okay. But when I start branching out and getting people from up north, that's me going out of bounds. I believe that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, and you're right, and not everybody agrees with that perspective, as you know, too. A couple legislatures certainly felt like that it needed to be within bounds, meaning your own district boundaries. Whether or not that gains traction and passes this next session, we'll find out. But would just urge you to be careful there. There's no question that educating a virtual student is cheaper than a brick and mortar, right? That's why in some places, some programs have been able to make money from virtual students, because they're cheaper for obvious reasons that way. But would just urge you with caution and reminder that as you move that, as you grow that, next session or in the sessions before, that could be repealed, and maybe those kids are grandfathered in, and maybe and then they have to, you can't enroll new kids essentially. But also remember too, that if you enroll a kid virtually, you are responsible to offer special education services. If you enroll a student that lives in Sandpoint and they need physical therapy and speech and language therapy, you're gonna have to contract with somebody to offer those services, because as you are their primary provider, that is your role as the LEA by federal law to do that. Yes. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You have the flexibility to do that. I mean, there's even districts that allow kids that are taking an IDLA class, you can do those classes from home, right? Um, well, I do. Who's here? Who's listening?
I'm going to help Spencer out a little bit.
10%
So
10% of your
first-
students in Idaho currently are instructed virtually, right? Through 10% of your students in Idaho now are instructed virtually. There's no question that your governor, our governor, and our legislatures as a group like educated to be butts in seats, hence away from enrollment-based funding, right? But I mean, we're in an age now where there are significant drop of enrollment, partially because birth rates are lower, but secondly too, kids are they're enrolling in online virtual programs because they want the flexibility. And so those districts that have online schools are more likely to keep those kids that want flexible schedules because they have a flexible schedule. Some of the smaller districts in the state we're seeing are allowing more flexibility with kids that are enrolled in IDLA classes, saying if you have IDLA classes first and second hour, you can stay home and do IDLA first and second hour, right? But you could yourself adopt virtual programs in your school. IDLA has their courses available for free. You could take those, dump them into Canvas and create your own virtual programs, or have your teachers develop those too.
Okay, so a couple things I'm going to add. It's okay to do online with students as an alternative. If you're turning it into an alternative school, those students must meet all of the at-risk qualifiers. I mean, that's a given. If you want that divisor, if you want to call it an alternative school, all of that. Back to the question in terms of what do some of the legislators think? A lot of them are very supportive of it as an option, but they want it done correctly. They want to ensure that the students are treated as students in their classroom, not as homeschool students. And that's, I think, where some of the disconnect comes from. Because in a number of cases with the testimony that was provided related to this bill or a couple others, it was like, well, I homeschool my student. And then they would talk about how they were part of any number of schools. And if they're enrolled in your school district, they are no longer a homeschool student. So, and I see some of you nodding your heads, and that's really clear. And I think that's where part of the problem comes in, is because then what happens is if the parents are still thinking they're homeschool students, they're thinking, oh, I don't have to take the state assessments anymore. Oh, I can do whatever I want. And if I want to get the work done or want my kids to get the work done now, then, just any number of those things that come with being part of a public school student, they're not necessarily doing that. And that's where part of the frustration has come in, I think, for some of the legislators. There is support from the Speaker of the House, both sides, in terms of making some changes and reining this in. And if you look at what the law says right now about virtual schools, it's based out of the virtual charter school definition and explanation. And it says that you must do all of the different things that are in the virtual school definition or the explanation for having a virtual charter school. So you need to be able to talk about how your teachers are receiving the appropriate professional development, that they are receiving, that the students are receiving the services that they need. You can't pass them off on somebody else. And it's not just special ed. It's also the title services, EL, if they have 504 services, any of that. The other part of it is, if they are virtual students, you need to be providing them the equipment and materials to learn. So speaking of how far your technology money doesn't go, you need to be able to provide the computers, the cameras, the whatever is needed for them to interact with their teachers. The other thing that came up with it about the virtual schools that some of the legislators were really unhappy with was they kept hearing, well, I'm teaching my children this, I'm doing this. Whereas the schools were saying, we have all of these teachers and this is what the teachers are doing. And so it's kind of like, now wait a second, what's going on here? So
You only have one concern?
that was my thought. Just one concern.
Okay, let's just, elephant in the room, okay, Malad.
Mhm.
Malad services 8,000 kids. I service 200.
Yep.
I don't want to be put in the same bucket as Malad, because I believe I'm doing my best to do it the right way when someone else is trying to make a whole hell of a lot of money.
We are, in the work that we have done with the several of the legislators, we have been really talking about that. We want to make sure that the schools who are functioning the way that they, I don't want to say should be, but that are following the best practices for virtual education, that they are able to continue to exist because we know that they are a very viable and a good option. Whereas those who currently aren't operating that way, maybe either A, they come into the fold and operate with some of the best practices, or B, they make the decision to either A, or B, be phased out, or work it out. So with our role in it, we're really trying to make sure those who are doing well aren't being penalized.
So that if you choose to develop virtual programs, you're going to want to use Idaho Code 335207 as your guidance. So that's something that Michelle just mentioned that is found in the charter school program under the charter school statute, but specifically paragraph 3, subsections A through H. That just goes through some of the parameters that you need to have in place for a virtual program, especially as you're going to be counting it for average daily attendance. And obviously in that program, your ADA is going to be higher than your traditional school. The other thing that you have to include in there is to be sure that you have board policy that illustrates how you're counting attendance for those students. And when I find it here, I'll read you what I mean.
So while he's looking at that, some of the discussion was everything from if they're not a virtual charter school, they shouldn't be operating, to let's figure out how to make this work so everybody can have the opportunity to do it and do it well. So kind of the whole extreme, somewhere in the middle is probably, hopefully, where we're going to meet. Feel pretty confident it's going to be back. So, did you find it, Spencer? Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I've been going through this a lot this year, and I've learned a lot about it too. And I've been working with Chad Williams as well. IHSAA is also a little bit of confusion because now they're going to try to define what a non-traditional student is, and saying that the students that participate in online virtual schools with public schools, they participate in sports and their resident boundaries as well that they live in. So, I mean, I went off the opinion that if they go to like my case, Bonneville Online, you're a Bonneville school district. You open enrolled in the Bonneville school district, in my mind. And that caused a lot of headaches for me as well, just going through that process. Also, the other thing that we've had challenges with is, like, they want to come back to our school and say, well, I still want to be part of music and TV and all this stuff. And we're like, well, then just dual enroll. And they're telling us we don't want to dual enroll because then we lose funding for Bonneville Online.
Yeah. Michael just said one of the things that just gives me nightmares. First of all, if you read the dual enrollment statute, it applies to charters, homeschools, and private schools. And enrolling between those, any of those students enrolling in potentially a district school or one of the others, it is not between two district schools. So that's one of the things, and Greg's standing up because he's going to give some guidance here too. But the other part of it is we just, like in the last week, have received a letter from the Office of OSEP, U.S. Department of Ed, their special ed program, that the way we do dual enrollment is not kosher, for lack of better words, with the IDEA policies. And so now if you have students that are enrolled in two districts, you must work between the two districts or between a charter school and a district. Both of those must work, both entities must work together to develop the IEP to make sure that the services are provided in that. In the past, it's been, well, if they're enrolled in a charter school, the charter school, regardless of how much time they're enrolled, they're the ones that hold the IEP, and what they're saying is that's not accurate. So enrolling students from outside your boundaries is probably going to open up a whole can of worms if they're enrolled in another school. So just be aware of that.
So just to finalize this is what your policy needs to address. So, the two code references here. 331619 says school districts may also offer instruction that is a blend of virtual and traditional instruction. For such programs, the school districts may count and report average daily attendance of the program's students' attendance as described in manner 3352L7, which says this is what your policy needs to differentiate. If you're going to be counted for ADA, you need to have a policy that governs this. Each student in attendance shall be funded based upon either the actual hours of attendance in a public school on flexible schedule or the percentage of coursework completed, whichever is more advantageous to the school, up to the maximum of one full-time student. So your policy just needs to address how you're going to count the attendance.
So they're kind of for the balance of time, and we'll try to move quickly through these. We're talking through just some initiatives that we're working on, answer any questions you might have, just kind of letting you know some of this stuff that has moved forward. So the first one is that the graduation requirements. So that was an initiative we were working on last summer. Those administrative rules or those recommendations were approved by the State Board of Education in August. They went through the administrative rulemaking process. Then they went to the legislature. It was a lot of work, but we were able to get those graduation requirements through the legislature. Just for your awareness, and I'll just talk about three of the main updates to the graduation requirements, is that initially in the recommendation from Superintendent Critchfield was the elimination of the communications credit requirement. And the idea behind that over the course of our summer and fall work was, while districts will likely retain communications, which is generally being fulfilled through speech at the local level, we did not want to increase the statewide minimum graduation requirements by 46. That change to communications was rejected by the legislature. So as of, the graduation requirements are going to now be 46 overall credits. 30 core academic credits, which include both communications and digital literacy, which will apply to the class of 2028, and then the remaining 17 being elective credits. So 30 core academic credits, 17 elective credits. And so one of the requirements for digital literacy was that it would be a 1 credit requirement. There are components of computer science. There are components of online safety, and just digital, what we call digital citizenship. This idea that our students are getting information in an informational age. The way they're getting information is much different than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so that is what digital literacy looks like. If you look at your packets, there are a couple of things, including a memorandum around the graduation requirements and draft essential standards for digital literacy. The Idaho Digital Learning Academy is in the process of finalizing a course for next school year around digital literacy, but we're starting to put out all the information in order to implement this as soon as possible, recognizing this graduation requirement applies to folks that are freshmen or students that are freshmen this year. That being said, though, and Debbie's been very clear about messaging this, is that like we did with financial literacy, we will entertain waivers if, for example, in Region 2, students fulfill a requirement that they would otherwise utilize for digital literacy in their freshman year. And so we will entertain waivers like we did for financial literacy. We get a lot of questions. Oh, go ahead. The standards, yes, and I'll make sure they are in our packet, those standards, but we'll make sure we send them around too, because we had those ready for our post legislative meetings last week. This is no different than what we presented in the summer and in the fall about who can provide this instruction. So it's the standard instructional certificate for 5-9, 6-12. The idea being that we want to provide maximum flexibility as possible for our school districts, but not every teacher is going to be a suitable choice to deliver digital literacy. And the department is in the process of providing digital literacy resources. Code.org is an organization that have been advocating nationally for these kinds of requirements as part of graduation requirements. And so they're specifically curating digital literacy curricula and professional development and other supports for our schools around the state. Localized pathways. And so again, I know pathways, folks, when they hear pathways, think of career technical education pathways. We are broadening the definition of how we're defining pathways. And if you look at the FAQs document, we define pathways as as a framework of locally provided offerings that identify core and elective credits, assessments, and other opportunities aligned to various post-secondary outcomes. And for us, pathways include the 2 to 4 year college and university readiness, military readiness, apprenticeships, CTE pathways, and then items such as career exploration or exploration of post-secondary opportunities and direct entry into trade or career. Again, when you think about the military example, it's this idea that you're taking courses that do prepare you for whatever military occupational specialty or branch you're considering. It's also making students aware that they need to take the ASVAB, that they need to score a certain score on their ASVAB, or they're not going to be they're not going to have a military intelligence occupational specialty in the Navy if they don't have a certain level of ASVAB score or certain critical prerequisites. And so the idea of pathways is, again, to broaden those out. Students aren't required to take them, but an LEA is required to develop 2 or more. We have 2 professional learning communities that are working specifically on drafting templates for pathways. If you look at the packet that we've put together for you all, there are some templates for what localized pathways would look like. And then finally, an update to our existing senior project, dubbing it or renaming it the Future Readiness Project. And again, the idea, in a lot of ways, a lot of what you're doing around the senior project does fulfill this updated Future Readiness Project. The idea is when we were on the road across the regions last June and last October, we had heard from a lot of school districts that are doing their senior project more in this direction of having it be experiential based. So that's work-based, service-based, research-based, or portfolio-based. The idea that through that process, they're demonstrating their acquisition of college and career competencies. If Debbie were here today, what she would say is, when you talk about participation in 4-H, when you talk about that very small sliver of students that are pages during the legislative session, when you think about all sorts of volunteer opportunities that a lot of our students are taking, that needs to be the kinds of things that satisfy this new Future Readiness Project, that we really need to think about those kinds of experiences, how they really are meaningful outside classroom experience, and how they really do demonstrate the adoption or the acquisition of college and career competencies, communication, other things that are very critical to them. We're in the process of putting together a guidance document for this and providing templates for this, but this is one that Debbie is very, very excited about, this update. So again, just as a reiteration, if you look at all the items in your packet, there's a memorandum that outlines or enumerates all the changes to the graduation requirements, along with an FAQ. We have some pathway examples in the resources, and then finally the digital literacy standards. It says will be sent in the coming weeks. That has been updated. Those are in the packets, and I'll make sure Taylor or Natalie send around those standards to this group, because I know Scott had asked me for them, or Scott had asked Spencer for them about a week ago. So does anyone have any questions about the graduation requirements? Okay.
This is one that we talked to you about when we were here with you last year, and got sidetracked because we were trying to sell $1 billion in bonds last summer instead of working on our financial template. So this has not dropped off Debbie's radar, and she wants us to still do something with this. We know that you post your budget information in a lot of places in a lot of different ways. And I'm so sorry to add one more place to your list, but the reason we are is because we get asked a lot. Why don't we have a consistent template for all districts and all charters to put in their information where we can just go online and see where the expenses are? And we say, well, I think we do. And they say, well, we don't understand any of the terms on there. Okay, well, we can talk to you about it and tell you what they mean. But I think if we don't do something, this is something that could be legislated. It actually was in legislation last session with one of the student funding formula pieces of legislation, all requirements around legislating financial transparency and the specific things that needed to be posted. And so this is trying to preempt some of that. We have, over the past year and more specifically the past few months, worked with the business managers organization, IASBO, the executive team, to work through what a financial template might look like. What I'm going to show you is still a work in progress, but we think it's close to what we want it to look like. And actually, I'm going to switch and go up here. Thank you. So this will be all one page, but I broke it up into 3 slides so you can see it a little bit better. So the top part here, you can see in the graphs that this would be kind of a snapshot of funding sources and expenses. And then you can see broken out the different sources of funding. One thing that has come up the past few days as we've been talking about this on this last line, the funding that's in reserve. We know it is best practice to keep funding on hand. That's what we should do as far as best accounting practices go. And so we want to update this title and provide some clarification around what that means, because we know that's a target when policymakers or others see, oh, well, this district or charter has a whole bunch of money just sitting on their bottom line. Why aren't they using that? And why are we giving them more funding? So we'll work on clarifying that. And then this next section of the form has a little bit more detailed breakout of some of the expenses. One thing you'll see there are 2 years of actuals. We went back and forth with different versions of this, whether we should do 1 year that shows revenue and expenditures. We said, well, that doesn't really tell us a whole lot, but if we could compare 2 years of actuals and audited actuals, where the department could actually populate a lot of this information for you, send it to you to double check, and hopefully minimize the work on your side, that would hopefully be helpful. One of the other things we need to still work through on this form is breaking out some of the facilities funding to make sure it's clear, you know, what's used for the modernization funds, what are the obligations for outstanding bonds, so that it's a little bit clearer when folks look at it. But again, the goal would be to try to have a standard template across the state in as simple of terms as possible, while still capturing the data that you all are working with. And then this bottom part of the form, looking at some of the different staffing and student numbers. That was one that has come up a lot in conversations with legislators. Well, we want to see the staff to student ratios, and we know that can get complicated too when you're talking about partial FTE. And so we'll keep working through that as well to make sure we're reflecting that appropriately. Like I said, we've been working with the IASBO executive team on this, and we'll continue to do that. But if you have other input on that, please send it our way. And just to reiterate, we want at the department to try to populate as much of this as we can, so that it's not so much work on your end. And we're going to take board vice chairman off there so that you don't have to have your board vice chairman sign it. So that's what we're looking at as far as the financial template goes. And as far as timing on this goes, we still have to work through and finalize it. I think if we're trying to get 2 years of audited financials, it'd probably be something we would populate in the fall, September, October, something like that, by the time we get through all of the checks on the audited financials. Okay. Okay, and Greg's going to talk about this one, I think.
So for the sake again of taking advantage of the fact that and we've done this with all the regions, taking advantage of that we have the opportunity to talk with you all. Something that we're working on in the department, because we're always looking for things to do in our really boring and mundane summer, is bringing back statewide professional development days. Those were discontinued, we want to say around 14 or 15 years ago. And Superintendent Critchfield, Debbie's very interested in bringing those back and bringing back statewide professional development days. So in regions 1, 2, and 3 so far, we've heard pretty loud and clear there is an interest in bringing those back. I think the way we're talking about it logistically is we would do something at the regional level. It would be, it's going to be interesting to pull off, but we would, like previous professional development days, target October. We would very likely target a Friday, and we would do our best for those 5-day school weeks. We would either put together some kind of a waiver, or we would look at a way in which they, considering calendars are already set, some kind of way where they could execute on this professional development. And then for our 4 days, we would work with them in terms of making it a professional development day, or we recognize that often on those 5th days, some kind of professional development is happening in your 4-day school district. So we would work on our end to make it administratively feasible. I think what we want to talk about today are what are some of the topics that you would want to see covered in a regional, statewide professional development day, just to kind of throw out some of the ideas, and I'm hoping there's similar interest in some of these places. But we heard classroom behaviors, classroom management. That is a topic that continues to come up from our folks. Special education is something we've heard a lot about, loud and clear. Statewide mandates, statewide requirements, dyslexia being one from the recent legislative sessions, restraint and seclusion, we've heard a lot about that, bullying, harassment, suicide. In Region 2, there was a conversation around CTE and Perkins funding applications. So considering statewide requirements or things that are coming down the pike, was a consistent theme when it came to professional development topics. And so I kind of want to open it up to you. I don't know, Spencer, if you have anything to add to that, but kind of hoping maybe you have some ideas. Randy, mental health. Okay. Okay. New legislation. So maybe broadening out some of those requirements, particularly the ones that touch on the professional in the classroom. Yes. Danielson framework. I think we heard that from some of the districts. I mean, do folks think this isn't a bashful group? I know Brian left, but this isn't a bashful group. I mean, do we think that's worthwhile? I think Debbie is pretty, like I said, she sees some of these requests, whether it's assessments, whether it's special education, whether it's behaviors, and she says there's a pretty consistent theme across the districts. And wouldn't it be nice if, again, there's a logistical challenge associated with bringing something of this magnitude back, but if our folks were kind of getting the same core information and we're getting that from the Department of Education. Yep. RTI, MTSS, yep. I don't know, Spencer, I know internally you've been talking with our folks that do provide training, whether that's federal programs, content curriculum, just because one of the pieces we need to do is we provide a lot of training, making sure that there's alignment across the board on that training. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, that and other things too, I mean, we'd still love your ideas, but I think what our next step is, as we gather the ideas, is sending it out and see if there is a flavor by region of what you would like, right? And how important those are to you, so it really can be customized by region of what's most necessary. So if there really are other topics and grade levels, it would let us know. And if you think of something, you've got our contact information, send us a text, let us know. I'd love to really customize it.
Yes. Correct. I mean, and I think that's the challenge we have this coming school year. It's the biggest challenge we have. We'd have to figure out a glide path to getting this reintegrated into sort of our wider K-12 culture in the state of Idaho. Yes. So regional PLC. Okay. Jill? That's right. Well, I think that's why, yeah, I appreciate it. I think that's why we're looking at internally what we provide in terms of professional development, because that's what Megan Wunderlich's been saying. Well, we provide a lot of this. It took a different form. See hand. Yep. Okay. Yes. Yep. I thought I saw a hand over here. Maybe not. I mean, I'm just imagining things. Oh, there we go.
Wonderfully applicable, right? So anytime you have a general training, you're never going to make everybody happy. But if you do it by content or hone in on really what they need, which is even hard to do at a building level, right?
Sure.
Even harder at the district level, and then you're going to try to do it at a region level. It's just make it applicable to everyone so it's meaningful. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, I don't know what your vision is. Have everybody attend?
I think that is Debbie's vision, is to really bring that back. But I think as, trying to figure out exactly, the devil's in the details, as the cliche goes. And it's like, we kind of, and particularly to the point of there was a culture of and calendar structure kind of built around this, and that's all kind of gone away. And I mean, that's 15 years ago. And there, there's a few of us who were around them, but there's others that weren't. And so kind of reestablishing that is going to be a big hurdle, in addition to all the logistical stuff that was figured out. Any kind of, Scott?
Just a couple of things I think
Sure.
More recently, a lot of us over here have not had school on election day, and we've had a TV days, which was very helpful for us, helpful for the elections office, with executive and so on. So I think it's probably be part of the conversation tonight, be part of something we kind of did quite in October, and then around the beginning. So, something to keep in mind.
I appreciate it.
Do something different.
I think the big takeaway I have is it's not a heck no. It's again, how is it going to work? What is it going to look like? How is it going to align with what we do at the local level? Is it meaningful for our, are you paying for travel? What is that looking like? So I appreciate that. I don't know if our team has any.
I just had a real quick one. In terms of part of the vision was maybe what it is we access our technology and in the morning or for whatever amount of time, there's something that we broadcast out statewide. And in each region, maybe it's one or multiple schools or districts where teachers are meeting so that you could then meet and have a PLC, a regional PLC or something like that. And then that there would be additional training or supports. One of the things that we heard that I think this applies to everybody, and it's a way it's important to make it meaningful, is there is a lot of required annual training that is difficult to get in. And I know a lot of you have, you're using technology to do it, but how many of your people are just kind of clicking through it and doing it that way? So it may be something like that initially, but then looking at how can we grow this and maybe do expand or do other things with it.
I appreciate that. Okay. Just a few more things. I want to try to give you back a little bit of your time just because we started early, and really appreciate all the interaction in the comments. These are really helpful. We're taking really good notes. So something that you're just going to have to bear with me, I think Debbie does a good job of talking about this, is you've probably heard some conversations around moving forward with policy around administrators and educator prep programs. And I think what I want to make clear is the broader context about why these changes are being envisioned. I think one is that this past session, Representative Hawkins, who's the vice chair of the House Education Committee, was pursuing legislation that created an administrator apprenticeship program that really wasn't getting the scrutiny, the thoughtfulness, the different voices in constructing that policy. And so this is chalk this up to, and we do a lot of this obviously, is us trying to be proactive in the policy space around this vital topic of administrator qualifications and providing our districts this kind of an option. Another context piece that I just want to point out is that in 2019, statute was updated allowing for a very specific charter school administrator certificate. I think as of right now, maybe 4 or 5 charter schools have utilized that kind of, I don't want to call it alternate authorization. I don't know, Michelle, what would you call it? The charter school, that alternative charter school pathway. That's what you would call it? So yeah, so not every charter school has utilized that, but a handful of them have. And so Debbie's wanting to be very proactive on this. And so again, as of right now, it really is just a couple of slides. It's going to turn into a cover page, what we call a cover page of recommendations to the State Board of Education for their June board meeting. But again, trying to replicate what is in code for charter school administrators for a superintendent or another building administrator, where the requirement would be a bachelor's degree, a background check, and then 5 years of experience in one of these private or public sector roles. Again, the idea being that they were in a leadership role. And then, having that kind of in parallel, that required mentor or executive coaching for 3 years while they have that initial certificate. That initial administrator certificate. I will say, as you can imagine, I don't think I've met a single fan of this approach on any of our trips. We at the department, just want to make you aware that this is going to be a conversation the board is going to be having, and it's not going to be something done in administrative rule. It would be something done like the charter school administrator bill. It would be something that would be done in statute, which is always tricky. I mean, you never know how a policy bill is going to move forward. But Debbie has had 8 meetings now with our educator prep programs. We've had superintendents. There's been a whole State Board of Education members, a few legislators, thoughtful legislators like Carrie Semmelroth, who herself works in an educator prep program at Boise State. But really trying to get some subject matter experts together to kind of figure out what this would look like for the state if we went this direction, recognizing it still needs to go through the State Board of Education hoops and the legislative hoops. I don't know, Spencer, if I missed anything. Okay. No one wants to talk about it. I don't know. Any questions? I mean, I know there's concerns or. Dale Hawkins got his bill through the House. I think Debbie was able to stop it because she said, I've got a work group who's taking a look at this and is trying to be more thoughtful and calibrated in this effort. Yes. It's an option for school boards who are looking at a specific person to hire in that role. Yes. Exactly. And again, if you go back and look at that bill in 2019, and not every single charter school has utilized that option, I think Governor Little wrote something to the effect of, if this is good enough for charter schools, why isn't it good enough for traditional public schools? You might not agree with that philosophy, but the idea being that there is a local control element to it. The board's making that decision, and this provides them an avenue to potentially do that. Yes, Brian. A school board member, yes. Maybe both. I don't know if I'm answering your question honestly. No, I think this is about addressing in some communities. I want to underscore, in some communities, the challenges of finding a high quality superintendent candidate. And again, Spencer knows better than I do if it's as an acute a problem here in Region 6 as it seems to be in Regions 1 and 2. But up there, it seems to be a very acute problem. And that's why you have Representative Hawkins and others who, yeah, they might be looking at the West Bonner situation, but there are other school districts that face the similar dilemma of a shortage of candidates or a surfeit of candidates. Spencer?
Well, I think that's exactly it. I think that's where it's coming from. That's where Representative Hawkins came from. And I guess we like it or not, there really is a shortage of administrators around in the state, significant. Some areas getting no applicants for positions. So one thing I think that's important that Greg pointed out, if it does go through, it still allows the school board to hire whoever they want. Nobody's being mandated to hire here whoever's in the pool. It's, if you still want to hire a trained traditional admin, you can. I mean, we've seen this in CTE, right? The teachers that we've hired and how that certification is coming into play. It's the same idea.
So again, this is something we want you to be aware of. Yes, Michael. Do we have a bill on those? Well, pay is one thing. Do you have a bill on people's attitudes towards public education? They are. Well, and the pay is an interesting one, particularly when I think of communities here. We need to talk about Wyoming and Utah, and so that's Didn't that happen in Lewiston? I mean, yeah, exactly. I appreciate that. Gideon's making a note. Just really quick, and then we'll get to the kind of the final item is there'll be some recommendations around educator prep programs that are specific to them, just around the credit hour requirements, incorporating more field work. Those are items that the State Board of Education kind of on their own can take up because they generally are included in either administrative rule or board policy. So kind of the final, this is kind of the final thing we want to talk about today. And Randy did a good job of maybe foreshadowing it a little bit, is a broader conversation around assessment. And I'm just going to throw it kind of out there, and then I want to kind of hear what you have to say about this. But Debbie has been very clear about messaging that we're getting some pretty clear signals that waivers around our assessments would be considered, I think, much differently than they were considered in previous years. That flexibility, that seems to be a mantra of the new U.S. Department of Education. And so Gideon talked about earlier how with the ISAT, we have an RFP ready, but we've paused that as we have a conversation more broadly about are there waivers that we might want to pursue around the ISAT. There are several steps that we would need to take to be able to move forward with this. I mean, I think initially we would have to talk with the state board, and Debbie's looking to either June or August to really make a presentation of here are the waivers that we would want to pursue. We would send those waivers over to Washington, D.C., and then very likely would move forward with what those with what we were requesting for those waivers for next spring's testing window. So that's what we're talking about. I'll just kind of throw out to you all, just some questions around what would you want to see included in the federal waiver for assessment requirements. I think we've been asking pretty seriously, what do you use at the local level, particularly for interim assessments? And we heard from, Region 3, whether it's iReady, whether it's MAP, a lot of importance in those interim assessments at the local level. And then Debbie's been very clear about sharing kind of a couple of ideas that she had, and I'll kind of throw them out there, and then Michelle and Spencer can put a finer point on it. One is eliminating the third grade ISAT altogether, recognizing the fact that with the Idaho Reading Indicator, with the fact that we have a statutory required statewide assessment for early literacy, that additional assessment, we could pursue a waiver for that. The other that we've been talking about that aligns with the graduation requirements changes that we were thinking about last summer is rather than having an 11th grade ISAT, maybe allowing that assessment to be local or student driven, right? So if we're developing pathways and asking our students to, they don't have to choose a pathway, but we would like if they were considering their high school career through those pathway options, whether it's military, so that's when the ASVAB would maybe apply for their 11th grade assessment, or the work keys, or in many cases, what you decide to do at the local level, whether that's SAT or ACT, or you can just decide you want all your students to take the ISAT, but making that 11th grade assessment flexible and locally determined. And then lastly, looking in the direction of maybe what they do with the NAEP assessment in terms of looking at maybe having a statewide summative assessment every other year or every fifth year, and then allowing you in those out years to utilize local assessments to fulfill these requirements. So these are a couple of the ideas that we're thinking. I'm hoping Madison might be first out of the gate maybe to give us a little bit of feedback, but that's what we're considering sort of in this space. Michelle?
I was just going to add, one of the things with this is, yes, we know there are requirements with ESSA that say you have to be doing X, Y, and Z. That's where some of the waivers are coming in. We know that the state board would have to approve this, so there's stuff in addition, but what we really want to know is if in a perfect world, if you had your say, what would it be? What would you do differently in terms of assessments to make it meaningful for your teachers and even for your families and the students who are taking them? What might that look like? So if you want to take a couple minutes at your table and talk
Yes,
about
do
it and then
that.
share,
Take just
let's
a
do that.
couple of minutes, yeah.
Let's try to wrap it up in 1 minute if you can. 1 minute. Okay, let's finish those discussions. We promise we'll be done by 5. What's so funny? Almost done. What are some of your concluding thoughts on this topic of flexibility?
About third grade, yes, no. That's it. No brainer.
What else? What about the high school level? You still like the ISAT in high school?
Correlates with the classroom, but correlates with what they need to know the next year. In eighth grade science test, they're not learning for that science.
Okay. So if it matched better, you're okay with it at the high school level?
Scoring better on the SAT than the ISAT. So why would we push our teachers to focus on ISAT? I'm a parent, why? But as a parent, pretty sure. As a parent, that I want my student to be better on the SAT or ACT.
And then I have my twins that are juniors this year, and they said, well, what's my friend say? How fast can I get through this?
Yeah. They're not taking it serious.
Okay, good. Yes.
For all of them. If we could align it so the assessments can impact construction, I have no problem. Right now, it's more.
Thank you.
Big is that there's no accountability with the city for the kids. You know, because they don't take it seriously because there's no accountability type in which they have, like, I use this example, they have what they call SSI areas, which I mean, you, in order to move on to the, from elementary to the school, high school, you have to pass those, say the assessment or make that growth major, showing that you were, that you're needs to be some more accountability, so therefore, when they take the test, the kids are taking it seriously, you know what I'm saying? So just taking it just to get it done.
Just kind of for context, the ISAT was a graduation requirement. You all know that. And the ISAT is, this is the second year that it is a college entrance exam. So there are students for colleges and universities in the state of Idaho. That's a state board policy. But one of the outcomes for outcomes-based funding that we were looking at was, for, at least for those grades 5 through 8 math, then there would be some meaning associated with that. Just like with Idaho reading indicator scores, that distribution, half is based on enrollment, the other half is based on growth and proficiency on the Idaho reading indicator.
Anything else? Yes.
Help you get more money? Joe, I was a joke. I was a joke.
The only accountability I've been able to come up with is just that you're gonna use it to make decisions, right? For the first time at Ryrie, we have some academic labs in place for interventions at the secondary level for kids who are behind in reading or math. It stinks because they have to lose an elective, but, just by saying, hey, we're gonna be making decisions based on how you do on here, do your best, show your best, because we don't wanna have to put you in a class that you don't need, you know what I mean? And that's provided some accountability, and we're using the ISAT the same way. But it is true, if there's no accountability, or if the test is gonna be used, then why would a kid wanna do well on it? Test is painful, right? Takes a lot of energy, why would someone wanna do well on something that has no meaning to them? But if you're gonna make a decision with it, it has some meaning. So.
Thank you. Randy? Thank you for that, Randy.
I'll just tell you, I don't think Debbie's just having the discussion. I mean, I think she's serious. I think it's just a matter of what does that look like? I mean, there's juggling accountability, there's juggling, I mean, we need state board approval. And then, I mean, we feel good about conversations with the federal government based on our interactions with them. But I mean, there's always that waiver process. And we feel like for the first time in a long time, there's actually genuinely an opportunity here because the waiver process for assessment and during the Biden administration, I'll just use them as an example, the most recent administration, that was very different. And there wasn't as much of an openness around these potential changes. Yes.
reading, they have the ELA, they have the math, they have the science, and then all with all our technical lessons, the SAT, a lot of testing, right?
Yeah.
So the choice, like you said, is that at the beginning of the time for essentially for the test, that's possible. It makes sense.
Appreciate that. Any other? Yes.
Just a comment, I'm not sure how you resolve this, but doing the testing in April,
Mhm.
maybe first part of May, kids are done.
Yes, Karen. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I think I think that's what we're talking about is last year during the graduation requirements conversation, we had talked about in previous years, the SAT, the ISAT, they were graduation requirements. What if as part of a pathway, a student was required to select an assessment and take an assessment? And I'm not saying that's necessarily what we're doing here, but we are saying that maybe that 11th grade student selection, again, at the local level, if you have a lot of students, you have a small student body, many of them are going to college, you're an ACT school, have at it, do that. If you want to continue at the local level to require ISAT as a graduation requirement, as a local graduation requirement, do that. We're talking about the statewide requirement. And I think the conversation that and it really is. It's Debbie and it's Kurt Liebig, who's the incoming, or he is the president of the State Board of Education now. They've been talking about this for a long time, is that student-selected assessment in the 11th grade. Does that make more sense for Idaho kids considering what their future looks like? And then does it go back to the whole question of meaningful? If they're taking an ASVAB, that checks that box. How are they tackling that? Do they find meaning in that because their plan is to enlist in the military, as an example? Any kind of last comments? Yes. Correct. That would count. Yep. And Debbie's talked about that, the rigor of a lot of those assessments that your CTE students are taking. Why would we consider that a failure? Any last comments? We really appreciate you bearing with us today, being engaged, asking great questions. Like I said, there will be follow-on, whether it's making slides available. There's going to be subsequent guidance documents that are provided around all the fun we're having on sexual education instruction. But if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to anyone. I'm actually going to say reach out to Spencer. He's our great point of contact here. He is always passing along messages, questions to all of us. And so we're very happy with the liaison and the support that you all provided here. So thanks for your attention. Thanks for your time and safe travels wherever you're going.